And have the Canadian room. No, that's why my hair is hanging straight.
My hair doesn't fall on any sort of.
Oh, no, it gets humid and I do. It just pops up and that's it.
It looks really nice in the house.
Yes,
You
and
walk
then you
outside,
open that
it
door
looks
and
good.
that's it, yeah.
But
Could be worse.
no,
The stand helped yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
You were close to school. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, the one that looks like a cloud storm.
it's gonna be so different when you get a glass here.
It's gonna be, it sounds weird, but brighter and you want to do that. Yeah, I get it.
Yes.
And you know, you have to.
Yeah.
Did we do middle last year? I forget when. I don't recall. I know I've done it before, but I can't remember.
So there was that. Couple days, 4 or 5 days where I was out. Sick, and I don't know if they did it.
They do it every year. I can't remember what they do, what the issue is.
What's that?
Mineral, it's tomorrow, the agent that does minerals.
Oh,
So I take what I really can't remember what minerals.
Say that again, minerals?
Minerals, like the ground minerals.
Oh, and we do something with, oh, yeah, we would. Especially since some people own the land but not the mineral rights.
yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Like right now?
Good.
Y'all wanna go ahead and get
Oh, there.
an O'Connor one? We're waiting on the in-person to come from Aransas back right now.
Okay,
And then the Zoom guy hasn't called in yet.
okay.
Okay.
So, are we live, Scott?
We are.
Okay. So it's Thursday, June 30th at 8:32. And we are opening the session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We have a quorum. Okay. Open the first hearing in just a minute.
We're doing O'Connell
Yeah, we'll do one.
sheets here.
Yeah, what'd you say, down to 10, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
That's great.
considering what we started out with, yeah.
Yeah.
10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's stress. It was stress eating. They put in some good stuff in here now.
So if we go to the tablet.
Keep wanting to do that.
Go back out to the ARB hearings, all the way down to O'Connor affidavits.
Oh, okay, well.
We're going to continue.
Here,
O'Connor affidavits continued.
and then down to the very
And
bottom.
then I believe we're gonna start on 33.
130.
Three.
Yeah, 33, case number 401, property 20692.
And that's past the alphabet.
And that's on page 2, the top of
Yeah.
the page 401. Yes,
And then Scott said that he would do the affidavit.
401. And account 2 is on the way anyway. For only O'Connor affidavit.
That's the sticky one.
No. It's early.
I may have ended up with your list as it matters. Okay, no, I just. In all the world. Okay, so which one is it now on the tablet?
30, pay attention. Did we get to the O'Connor
Yeah, I'm in there,
continue?
and I knew that, okay, continue.
So,
There we go.
and then
33.
Got it.
And then it's on page 2 at the top of the page of the O'Connor.
I had O'Connor.
Thank you, Betty.
Yes, ma'am.
On your day, you did.
Yes, ma'am. I passed by the Lisa's donut shop there. You were okay.
You want the door closed or open? They still in there.
I don't know, you can close this one. And that's
You
good.
feel okay?
Well, it'll be a test when these doors are closed. Yeah, but it does feel much cooler.
Once we get it cut in. Okay, so we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-401, account number 20692. Which is 1278 FM 1781 in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And verify what we've got under protest. Okay, Q1, Q2. This thing also shows 5. Is there anything in the other?
No.
Okay. All right. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Oh, this is O'Connor. I'm sorry. Yeah. Same stuff. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest or signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Ryder, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I have confidence, I swear that I'm communicating with the person in violation of tax code. We're going back to the
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I want to do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay. District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Right, section 1, the property owner is Blue Seagull Properties LLC. And it's PO Box 576, Texas. The property description is 1278 FM 1781 Rockport. And the reasons for protest are incorrect appraised or market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. And the evidence is 2. And the section 5, the statement of facts or argument or opinion of value is 47,267. It's based on equity data report properties adjusted value per square foot, $46. And the section, I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. And it's signed by James Cooper in Aransas County and notarized by Bree Nicole Smith. And the affidavit hearing file is the same information about the Blue Seagull properties. It's the address and that information. The market value of it is $63,620. That was the same as last year's value, up from the $47,120 from 2020. Living area is 1,020, and the improvement value is still the 26,120 for all 3 years. What has changed is that the land value is the same, 15,002 square feet. And the land value changed from 21,000 to 37,500 in 2021 and has remained that for 2022. And the information about the number of improved parcels in the neighborhood is 42. And this, the subject property compares living area 1,020 compared to 1,213 for typical property in the neighborhood and 913 for typical sold property. And the improvement value for the subject property is 26,120 compared to 58,000 and 52,000 for typical property and typical sold property. No extra features for any of them. Land size of the subject is smaller than both the typical and the typical sold. And the land value is less than the typical and the typical sold. And the year built is 1962 for the subject, 1878 for the typical, and 1982 for the sold. And then here's some graphs showing this for 1920 and 21. Average sales per square foot. It looks in 19, it was a little bit over $100, about $107 it looks like. It's $111.87 in 2020 for 3 sales, and then slightly less than that, about $111.20 it looks like there for 2021. Then average sales per square foot in 2022. The subject is at 60, and the sales for 2022, the neighborhood is 111, and then this is blank and or 0, and then the median is 111. And this is the this is equity data here, and it's showing the equity data. They have pulled 3 subject and 2 equity properties, and one is on 1781, looks like a block away, and one is on 101 Donny Drive, and the total value is 63,000 versus 43,000 and 39,000, and then the dollars per square foot on those is $44 and $48. And the square footage is very similar, 1024, 1050 versus 1020, and 1962 for the subject, 51 and 65 for the others. And then it's showing it's $46 a square foot, is the median of those 2, and proposing the appraised value of $47,267. All right. And we'll go to the districts data. So this is the house on 1781, and it's the market value is 63,620. 26,000 of that is the house. It's a class 2 SS. built in 62, effective year 1962, saying it's fully depreciated. 38% of the cost to build, and there's no neighborhood adjustment, so it's just a house there. And then it's on $2.50 a foot land, $37,500 for land. There's a picture of where it is. It's out in front of, I can see why they would use Donny Drive. It's out in front of Donny Drive there on 1781. It's a house there. So here are the sales comps, that area. They are a 3SS plus on Ling. The land is about the same dollar, so there's a small adjustment there. The comp is better, slightly smaller, and much newer, and it adjusts out, taking a lot off of the sale, bringing it down to $83,000 for the value compared to the subject. The second one is a consideration sale, and it is 3MV plus. It is better. I mean, they're all still on the poor side of homes, 2SS compared to 3MV plus, 1979. So it's closer in age there, but there still are negative adjustments for that. And when this one comps out, it's $63,000. So very similar to the subject there in value. And then our last one is on Donny Drive, and it's $140,000 sale. And it's a 3MV plus also. It's 200 square feet bigger. And while it was built in 1961, very similar to the other, it has had some updating. And so there's a negative adjustment there. And then it has several other things like trailer pad and a workshop and other things to go with it. And so it comes out to $54,000. Overall, our median sales comp is $63,315, which would indicate that we are overvaluing this property by $305. Moving on to equity. Equity is other properties that are similar to this one. These are 2SSs. They are, one of them is a couple hundred square feet smaller and 3 years older. The next one is 60 square feet bigger and 3 years newer. They're very small adjustments for that. One of them has a better piece of land, but as they comp out, they're showing, for that type of a house, that $65,000 and $69,000 is what they're worth. And then one on Janisek Road, that is also 2SS and similar square footage, a bit newer, and it's adjusted out for that, and it's showing $68,000 is the value. And that proves up to $68,000 for fine on equity, but it does indicate a small adjustment on sales. That's all we have.
How far down 1781 is this? Maybe see it depicted or something.
Closer to market.
It's close to market.
Okay.
Back up here a little bit. There's the school right there on to the left there.
Okay.
And there's, as you
And
Come up-
Donny, okay.
come up that
Donny
turn
Drive.
right there, and
Where is Ling?
there's Ling. Ling is, all of these are in this area. Ling is further away. All of this area that we're talking about is this area here. It's the area we're talking about is this area here. Coleman Fulton pasture is this is all Coleman Fulton pasture. This whole area here is, and it's in that, and Ling is over here. And there, well, actually, we're going further. It's right, this area right here that we're talking about.
So the Janicek and.
Janisek is there. Janisek is right over here. Janisek is right over here. This is Janisek right there.
Okay, and that is Pocono Bay.
Yeah.
Coconut Bay is over here. That's Salt Lake. This Coconut Bay is over here.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that gives me,
Yeah, that's Coconut Bay. So we're here, And one of the sales is right there, Janusek, or one of them is right there on Janusek.
And where is that? Okay, there's the freeway.
Yeah. There's 35 there.
Okay.
Something like this guy has much to complain about, and it's probably
It has a move.
3 years, but he does require reduction. 300 hours. No,
Yeah.
300 hours, so it makes it 63, 300.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's,
Case ID 2022-401, account 20692. Addressing market and equity value, the district's own figures on market value show that the property needs to be reduced by about $300, so we bring value down to $63,300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, this is this one.
Not anymore.
not.
Who's counting?
So now we probably have a walking.
Keep coming, keep coming.
Yeah, no,
We now have our in-person, he has brought evidence. Gonna be case number 1626, count number 66142.
Middle of the page. First page. Yeah. Okay. Little comment over there for now. 66142. You found it? No, it's okay. Yeah, you got it.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Extra time, the 30th.
No, they all disappeared from here.
morning, you can have a seat right here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, hang on, we'll,
I'll let you know.
got a bunch of administrative stuff to go through and then we'll ask you to swear in at the appropriate time. And what's your name?
Louis Needleman.
Louis. Is it okay if I call you Louis?
Please.
Okay, I do have some administrative stuff to run through and then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing. We're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1626, account number 66142, which is 501 Shaver Road in Aransas Pass. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what's under protest. Yeah, it was online, so I think the information on the.
All you should have is the evidence from us. He has the disc.
Okay.
Yep.
So market and equity and values are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that'll be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using that survey form, which is in front of you there. There's also a copy that'll be included in the determination package you received, or you can take it online. All the information about how to return it is there at the top of the form. The survey is voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback that you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all your evidence?
I should have turned in a disc with all the pictures.
We have that. Yeah.
That's it.
All right. And that evidence will also be displayed up on screen when we get to your portions of the hearing. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have on Kennedy solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Lewis will be asking you to swear in at this time, and that will help you do that.
You're gonna read that statement that starts with I do out loud, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
My name is Louis Needleman.
I request you solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Thank you.
Okay, Lewis, on your left hand, there is a chart that indicates how we're going to be running the hearing. Takes two forms. One is if you present first, or the second is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who goes first. You get the honor of choosing which you would like to do.
I will allow the district to present first.
Okay.
Right. Look at a property that is Shaver Road. Valued at 227,500. 2022. We'll show everybody what Shaver Road is, Scott. Yeah. It's gonna be in Aransas Pass. And, it's
Where indeed.
where
It's just not.
yeah, so we'll zoom out here, Shaver, this is 35. This is City by the Sea. Shaver Road runs back that way. And there's a little crossroad right there called Hayes Road. And then Shaver Road eventually makes its way to the bypass. As a little drive gets over there. So that's Shaver. Okay. In our sales grid, we're looking at a RV park. So we got to show some RV park sales. And, the subject has 15 spots. And so when we start looking at sales, you'll notice that the first comp has way more spots. So there's a pretty big net adjustment in that comp. But just for reference, that's 40 spot or 39 spot RV park that sold in 2020 for $690. And then we get a little better here in comp 2. It's a 14 spot park that sold on Aiken Lane. In 21 for $540,000. And then there's comp number 3, and this is a 9 spot RV park that sold on Rattlesnake Point Road in 19 for $250,000, sorry. $250,000 in 19. So there's a median value for sales at 286. And then the next thing that we're going to do here is show equity. And, you know, this is just gonna be us. Most of the work here in the equity grid is balancing out of the spots. So you can kind of see that in the adjustments where one's got 15, one's got 4, so there's an addition of the 11 spots worth of value. And then the same thing happens in column number 2. It's a little bit more visible because the way the grid does it is it takes all of the 15 spots off and then adds in the 8 that are there, which is, you know, sometimes you would see that instead of being 150,000 positive and a negative 80, sometimes you would see that just as a $70,000 change. But the way that the software does that, sometimes it kind of just itemizes everything. It does the same thing in column number 3. This is the same amount of spots, so there's actually a $150,000 addition and then $150,000 subtraction. So median equity is 227.5. That's all I have. Okay, Louis, you have 2 minutes to ask any questions of Ray and 5 minutes for your presentation, just 7 minutes.
What use are the properties that you're appraising, in the sense of, do you have a specific, when you're talking about RV parks, a long-term RV, or are they talking about people moving in and doing in and out like daily?
Right, daily or long term. We don't have a class for RV parks. So we value RV parks all the same. Like whether or not they have concrete spots or dirt spots, whether or not they have a clubhouse or a swimming pool. What we do is we value those components separately. So that we would value the concrete, we would value the swimming pool, we would value, but the business side of it, whether or not we don't do that. We would have a really hard time getting that kind of data. Yeah, that would be hard data for us to acquire.
But the use of the property would affect its value.
It has the potential to, of course. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't really speak to it because I don't know.
Well, if you had 15 RV slots and none of them were being used,
Yeah,
because there was a giant hole in the driveway, and nobody could get into the place,
right.
would that change the value of the property?
I mean, that would do a lot of things, right? That would bring up a lot of questions. It depends on what's going on there with ownership. Why isn't it being repaired? Because what you just described, the remedy for that is pretty minor. And so then the question isn't so much, oh, we just found this thing that lowers the value. The question is, your cost to cure is pretty small. Why are you not repairing it? Not every little deficiency is outside of the control of the owner. What really affects value of the deficiency is if there's problems outside of the control of the owner, meaning the owner they can't do anything about it.
So instead of, say, having a giant sinkhole there, which they could easily fill, if the road flooded once a week when it stayed flooded for an entire week and there was no access on or off the property because of the mud, etc., that would be something out of control of the owner.
Absolutely. That would affect value. That's a problem. And you should see it. And, then the question is how do you see it? How do you find out that it affects value? Because the whole county floods. So everybody in this county could say, hey, I've got a flooding problem. And then we could say, well, when do you have a flooding problem? When it rains 2 inches. And you're like, oh, okay, all right, yeah. I have a flooding problem at my house when it rains 2 inches. So then you're just trying to figure out what are we talking about here? What kind of problem are we talking about?
Right.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Okay, you go into your presentation.
We've done a lot to improve the RV park since last year. We've taken a lot of the trash off. We've removed a couple of the broken down trailers. We've tried to open it up. and we're trying to increase its value that way. But the use of the park is different than, I'm sorry, it must be in a big show.
These are just your pictures and you just tell me what you want done.
Okay, if you don't mind running through the pictures, and I'll say what.
Do you not want that shown? Is that not supposed to be
Oh,
shown?
no, that's fine. This is just the wiring. Apparently there's wires that are coming in and one of the people in the park said they're double billing us for electricity. I talked to AEP, they came out and said that that's a normal wiring scheme. I don't know. Gone. I have no idea what AEP does except charge a support channel.
It's 3 phase, so you are charged. Sorry. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I'd like to pick your brain afterwards.
No.
There you go. Do you want to keep going, please, sir? Go on. Keep going. Okay, yeah, there's the front part of our property. There's that big area that floods when it rains 2 inches. And so we haven't done anything with it. We haven't put anything there because we'd have to put a significant amount of money in it to make it usable year round. And nobody's going to rent if all their property is 6 inches underneath water. Apparently the water drains from the areas farther higher up, and we put a ditch on the property, and I talked to Mr. Vargas at the city or the county, and he said that they're working on trying to find a way to fix it, but they can't. Please keep going, please. Again, pictures. This is Kay's Road. Our fence is down there. Apparently people are coming across and stealing stuff at night. We're working on trying to fix it back up. Next, please, sir. Trash out there, trailers we're trying to fix up. Please keep going. Overgrowth of bushes and people these are long-term residents. They're not $100,000 trailers. These are people with, trailers that are worth a few $1,000s, and they come out there and they live and they, because it's cheap and because I allow them to maybe store stuff there. And so it accumulates a lot of clutter that looks a lot different. They also don't take care of the property as well as they would if they, had $100,000 trailer. Please keep going. You can see the ditch there that we dug to try to get some of the water off of it. Again, somebody put a pen out there with ducks and chickens and whatever. But the point is that this is not your typical use of an RV park. These are people that are living there basically. And I've even got 2 squatters who dropped a trailer in the middle of the park where there isn't even a space. Lord knows what they're doing with their excrement. We're trying to evict them right now. Anyway, the road here, if you take a look at the amount of space between the road and my fence, the other side has about 2 or 3 feet. We've got 8 or 10 feet there. So we've given quite a bit of our property to the right of way there. I can push the fence forward if I wanted to, but I like it like that because it allows a space for people to pull over if they need to. I don't know if that's taken into account, but we supposedly own property out in the middle of the road. And that's one thing that we've done for the county there with our park. Please keep going. You can tell there's piles of trash where we try to clean things up. And trailers that are more than 10 years old. Some parks won't even take them. Please keep going. Thank you. You can see.
Time's almost up. We'll give a lot more pictures.
Yeah.
Let you finish that. Go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. We're trying to fix holes in the road. Keep going, please, sir. The wiring is a mess. Keep going, please, sir. Broken down trailers we're trying to fix. Keep going, please. Abandoned trailers everywhere. That house is a shingle, but that's okay. Please keep going. Please just run through them. I guess that was it.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
You'll have more time with minutes.
How much time do I have left? Or is it all?
Not right now, but you'll have more time.
Thank you.
Right, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies.
Do you rent trailers?
That's a loaded question. We have one trailer or two trailers that we own that are acceptable for people to live in. The rest of them have been trashed. I had one tenant that trashed 3 full trailers. We're still trying to clean the crap out of them. That their stuff is still there. I'm trying to evict them because they're the ones who parked an RV in the middle of after they trashed 2 of our trailers, they parked an RV in the middle of our lot, and there's no electricity or water connections, and they're just squatting there.
Okay. Do you have rules?
We have rules, and I've gone over them with everybody, and you'd be surprised how much back I've got.
How much do you charge for rent?
$275 a month for each space. I'm lucky to collect probably between 60 and 70% of the people each month.
What do you provide at 275?
I provide water, sewer, their space, and it's usually they're wider than the normal RV lots. And they can park there, and a lot of people store stuff there. I have been trying to get them to quit storing things there, but a couple of them even built sheds there, and I'm trying to get them to take them down. But I'm not there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so these things get built before I'm even there.
Do you charge for electricity?
We charge for electricity, and we basically charge what we collect. And there's usually $200 or $300 worth of electricity each month that doesn't get compensated for because somebody plugs into the watershed outlet there to do something.
What keeps you running the park the way you're running?
Entropy, because I see eventually we're going to clear things up. We've done a lot of changes. We've torn a lot of trailers up and gotten rid of the crappy ones since the last year, definitely the last 2. But mainly it's almost like a community service. I mean, people have been there for 5 years since I bought it. These are the working poor, disabled. They need a guy that kind of helps manage it. I mean, you get $688 a month in Social Security, and that's what he lives on. And so, he doesn't have much spare. So I try to keep the rate as low as possible. I try to give him a nice place to live, and it's very quiet out there. So, I try to give them as many amenities as possible. We're supposed to be putting in a wash shed, so they have a washer and a dryer available, so they don't have to drive into town to use.
Yeah. Well, you're like the people who own RV parks and are doing what you're doing and have a cater towards people who are unfortunate, or whatever. They always have the financial problem. There's one over on Walker Road, on the corner of Walker Road, which isn't too far from me. It's like right on the right-hand side when you're heading, you turn on Walker,
Yeah.
right there where the Big Fisherman used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of winds around. There's a guy right there that has a park, and he's kind of has some of the same, very similar. The reality is it's interesting. I mean, if you made some changes, you probably own a $400,000 investment, $450,000 investment. But the changes would have to take place, right? I mean, that's because the changes would have to take, because you have to charge more in rent. It's the rent. It's not even us, really. Like our value, it's not really that. It's really just the rent and the people not paying it. It seems to me that that's really the hang up.
There was a single mother with 2 children who her first month's rent was paid by one of these local charitable organizations, and she got on board, and I bought her trailer, and I let her live there, and she was supposed to pay rent. She never paid a cent. I asked her to get a job. She wouldn't get a job. Her kids were running wild. CPS was called on them by somebody anyway. she stayed there after about 8 months or so of not paying rent for 6 months of it. I said, look, I'm gonna have to evict you. I didn't want to evict an unemployed mother of 2 children, but they started tearing up the trailer. And so then they eventually, I think her husband got out of jail and she moved away. Anyway, the point is that I feel bad about doing the things I have to do to collect a lot of times. But you're right. I mean, it's a business per se, but I try to be as kind as possible. I mean, I waited 6 months to collect rent from a guy that was applying for disability. And finally, he's starting to pay back up.
Sure. We're kind of screwed up with time here, but if you're done, unless you have more to say. Go ahead.
I'm gonna, I want to show Picto one more time.
Sure.
So Scott, if we can, oh, you already did, okay. Zoom out and, let me show something here real quick.
How far out do you want to go?
I want to be able to see 35 business. I don't think it's too much further, actually, maybe. Just pull it that way now. Scott. Yeah, right, that's good. The reality is, this is not a bad spot. That's where I'm hung up here, is this is actually a pretty good spot. I guess my personal opinion on this is, and I can't get away from it, I think the district's opinion, I should say, not personal opinion, the district's opinion is most of the problems in this have to do with the owner's good intentions towards his clients, which also is a balance of keeping them. I don't want to, I'm not saying that as an insult. There's a balance there where he knows if he does certain things, people will leave. There's a balance with that, but this is probably very underutilized as a park. If this is going to be a park in the future, it's going to need to be run different, or we're going to just always have a huge struggle for value. Because we are valuing all the parks the same. We are not taking into account your benevolence at all.
Which
Zero.
is one of the reasons why I applied to talk to the board, because they have the capability of taking that into account.
And completely up to them. That's exactly right. And we'll never do it. Like we'll never do that. We'll just constantly be like, hey, do this different.
And truthfully, I would love to be able to do that. We've got some really good people in there, and some long-term people, and I wish we could have tiers of charging people so that the ones that were on disability or fixed incomes, I wouldn't have to raise their rent or charge them a fee for for anything. But then when you don't do that, they take advantage of you, like building 3 sheds and pitching a tent in the back and putting a pen for 20 friggin' ducks.
Hey, here's the thing is, here's the, and I'm just gonna, this will be quick, but here's the extreme. So let's say you're over here and you're extremely compassionate as an owner. You're showing compassion. The other extreme is $500 a month, and you can never do anything that I would not allow. And there's an extreme there. People, and then it kind of just gets all different in the middle. But that's the extreme. Is there's the compassionate owner who has rules that people don't really follow them, and then there's the guy that is difficult, but his park is immaculate, and the people are basically scared of it.
I've seen those parks and they look so nice.
They really do.
Makes me cry every time I
They
pass
really
by.
do, but they're a lot of work. That owner is on site all the time, and he's walking around and he makes himself visible. And the people at that park, they're like, if they're walking to the mailbox and there's a piece of trash on the ground, they pick it up.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a different dynamic, and I know you don't have that dynamic. I get it. I'm just saying, the interesting thing from our point of view is we value you both the same. We value you both the same. So that's a tough thing. We almost force people to move towards this guy. I mean, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying. And it's probably only gonna get worse because I've seen 50 new RV parks pop
And there's
up.
been a few sales and we're low on them. I hate to say that, but that's a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, I can say this, they tripled the value of one property I own in San Patricio County. And I told them if they wanted to write me a check for that, they could have the building. But they, apparently, it's just an appraisal. I appreciate what y'all do, and I appreciate the way y'all have to value things, but, you know, I see things with my own eyes. I have the people that live there, and there's a huge difference between those that own $100,000 trailer and those that own a $3,000 trailer. The ones that own a $100,000 trailer, they're not gonna have, they're gonna have a storage unit someplace. They're not gonna dump, their toolbox in the middle of the concrete pad and park, 2 broken down cars that they're working on. And because that's just not in them. These other people that I have living there, this is their home, and they feel a certain entitlement about it. And I try to do what I can. In most egregious cases, but I'm not always there. My apologies.
Both of your time.
Yeah, we're about,
You had to sound first.
I'm done. I'm completely done, yeah.
We had 1 minute closing.
Then I'll continue along my line. A lot of stuff that happens there happens without me even being there. Somebody tried to hide their dogs that they were raising in the derelict double wide that I have there. And there was somebody that was squatting in there too. And was on the park one night and I saw a light in there and I went inside there and there was somebody in there, with 8 puppies living in the derelict house. And I said, you're not supposed to be here. Who told you you could be here? And she said, well, I'm just living here. And so I had the manager remove the dogs and remove the person. And situations like that are uncomfortable. I think the use should be of the property should also count for things. If I put a 50-story or 20-story luxury hotel on the property, that gives it a lot more value to the land and to everything as putting a few derelict RVs on. Much different. Anyway,
Your time is up, but sorry. Since you're going to conclude, the ARB has 5 minutes to discuss. I have a question. You said you have 11 spots.
15 total, probably about 14 of them are used.
How many were in use at the moment?
There are 14 in spots. There is 1 trailer that is in the middle of the park that isn't connected to anything and isn't paying rent. So I'm not certain how I would number that, but we're in the process of evicting that person.
Normally you have your thoughts full.
Normally we've had as few as 6 people and as many as 14. This is the most we've had. So they move in and out, owing 6-3 months, whatever.
Are they their trailers? You own them all?
Most of them are theirs. I bought a couple of trailers and most of them are, they get torn up by the people that live in them. And so, if you pay $1,000 for a trailer and they tear it up, there's not much you can do,
Oh, could I see, comp number 3? Scott, that's 653, 188. Where it's located,
So do you have a proxy ID?
54160.
So it's this, where my, this little thing is, this is the subject is there, and that's the, yeah, property. Comparatively.
Subject is land.
Well, they're pretty far away from this one, aren't they? Because this is in Aransas path.
Yes.
Well, it's not far from 188,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's not in the
And the
city, I mean,
others are all rattlesnake.
I mean,
In terms of the sales comp, yes, I agree.
Is that an equity comp?
Yeah, the equity comps.
Yeah, this is an equity
More
comp.
interesting from my perspective than looked
Yeah.
at, but
That's an equity comp.
The equity comps will come out exactly what.
yeah, and that's because of the.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And how many of your spots, do they all have concrete pads and stuff like that?
The RV spots have concrete pads, the 15 of them do.
You have 14 of them.
There's
Occupied,
14 right now. I've got about 3 of them that aren't really paying rent, and one lady just had a heart attack, and so I don't know if she's going to be able to pay, but she's been there for 5 years, so I'll just kind of wait and see. But in any month, we probably have between 8 and 10 people that pay their rent.
So you're making any money on this?
I don't personally make any money. I try to make as much to pay for it. I just bought a $3,000 mower, and so I could say that it adds up, but I'm hoping that I haven't really calculated out the cost.
Ray, what drove the increase this year?
There's not an increase this year. The increase this year has to do with the settlement from the previous year.
Really? And we haven't.
I don't know if we had an ARB decision or not, but there's possibly an increase on an.
Yeah, because I thought the rate was 10.
Yeah, there's not an increase.
No.
It has to do with
Putting back value.
or that somebody did. Yeah, I mean, we can verify that. But we should go on it.
I'm.
But we didn't raise this area. We didn't
You
raise.
do that.
We've made some improvements since last year. We've removed 4 or 5 broken down trailers. We've taken down a single wide that's blocking one of the spaces. And in fact, that's still one that's unusable because there's still the chassis of it there. So, but once we finish cleaning that area, that'll be another usable one. But
I'm just stopping there so we can continue the conversation here. So we were just talking, I've been going to go back to last year, but I want to see if we can change it all. And I know there was a decision made somewhere to go to that from 37.5 from wherever it was before. I don't know. Nothing was, no, like down in the pool, there's nothing been for one. Really, but I don't know.
And I think
Or somewhere in between.
the previous value was basically, I think, calculated at 4,000. I had a little 5,000, but I'm okay. Personally, between 4,000 and 5,000, and I want to go back to the previous year.
Maybe by going back to the previous year. But I could see knocking off $5,000 to $8,000. 200,000 would be good. I can agree with that.
I feel more than that.
187.5.
which would be basically half. I'm just-
I'm just curious.
Me?
Yeah.
I just do another.
Okay.
I'll be honest. that's what I did.
It's kind of like halfway between. one-
Right,
yeah.
Well, if you did half of the 227, I mean, the one, yeah, 227.
I mean, half of the night.
About 182.
Are you sure, sir?
180, I mean.
Oh, yeah, sure.
182.5.
Yeah.
It's half the increase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Slightly different from last year.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I have done.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean,
I'm good with 180.
Two.
To 182,500.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
You will have to come back next year again. You'll obviously.
Maybe.
Most of my case ID 2022-1626. Account 66142. And then listening to information from the property owner and from the district. It's the opinion of the ARB that we will reduce currently on the value of 227,500 to 122,500.
No.
182.
182,500.
Seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Absolutely.
opposed?
Okay, Lily,
You got the number?
Yes, 182.5.
yeah,
What does that calculate that into? And do we, what, you have like a 3% rate or 2%?
There's just not a rate.
Yeah.
There's really not. There's so much value change in the county this year. You're not in the city of Aransas. So you don't have a city tax there.
Mhm.
So you've got 4 people coming through your money. And one of them's not a city. So you got an ISD, county, navigation district and road and bridge. Pretty sure that's who you're dealing with.
Yeah, the ISD is like the biggest.
Right.
Always. And now that, well.
Yeah, that's,
I think we're.
so, yeah.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
You're a nice man.
Yeah, I just wish you could see the changes and we're working on it.
Well,
We're-
yeah,
we're working.
it's all you can do is start work. I mean, work on it. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I shall.
Fine. All right, we have affidavit from the 8:30 docket, not a corner. Yeah, on the 8:30 docket.
Yeah.
Is this what they do?
Yeah,
They
it's
put a
it's
circulation.
a jump, it's a jump. Yeah.
Invites you, or
top page one,
Is it?
99.
account where's that boring? Yes.
I don't know.
And you're
There
gonna-
was, he thought there was.
Yeah.
We had, you were saying there was a Zoom guy already, or did that happen?
I know originally he was supposed to be Zoom, but he's in his affidavit and checked in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are opening, Yeah,
No, I did it over here.
opening a hearing on case ID 2022-989, account number 47480. Which is over there on the other side of that other place. Which is about the right description, west of Intercoastal Canal, Ramsey Pass. Okay, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what's under protest.
Value, equity, and other is checked, but there's nothing with it.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 now.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do
I can't help it. It's not one of these where-
I'm sorry, Nick.
Violation of tax code 41.66.
Somebody push the button.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.67.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66L.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Sorry, I'm trying to make this get on that screen. All right. The property owner's affidavit of evidence, section 1. The property owner is Cielos Associate Limited, 8520 Crown Hill Boulevard, San Antonio, Texas. The email address is deyoung1@ix.net.com. And the description of the property is west of Intercoastal Canal. And reason for protest, incorrect price market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is 2, and the statement of factual arguments is the owner's opinion of value for this property is $964,000 for equal and uniform value and market value. The owner states that there is major expense to repair the bulkhead. The property is not part of the Buena Vista development, and their utilities, therefore utilities and easements are an issue. According to the owner, there have been no offers to buy the property. One comparable property, PID 14907, which is 2.85 acres, fully developed, has boat docks, access and water on 3 sides. Value is $7.58 per square foot. Hearing type, I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it is signed by David Young in Bear County, and that is notarized by Wayne A. Hartman. And this is a diagram of where the property is, showing that it's on Port Avenue, and this is going to be the and this dark spot is the intercoastal canal there. That's the I'm sorry, that's a comparable part of the property. That's not property, it's a comparable property. And then this is the subject here that is near the Buena Vista Drive here. It's showing where this property is.
We sit on our own picture when you get to it, so.
Yes, that's, I mean, I'm waiting to get to that. That's the evidence. That's the evidence. So back, just to refresh, is was like we did it, 964,000 is what they're saying it is, and the evidence is these spots here. And here I'm going to pull up our evidence, and I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on So this property is here, this is the cul-de-sac at the end of La Buena Vida. Is you drive through here, like, this is how you would come in, is you would drive in off of 35 there, down this La Buena Vida here and come back here. And this is where it ends. I'll zoom into that. It's here and it's the cul-de-sac there and it runs out between, this is, I'm trying to remember the name of this. This is City by the Sea. City by the Sea. So it shares this canal out to, it fronts on the bay here and has this paved road access to it. He's saying it's not part of it. There's subset, it's not part of Buena Vida, but it's, you access it through Buena Vida. So
Going from Coconut Cove to Coconut Ridge.
Yeah.
Miles to get to it.
But it's in and it has canal access, this canal access and in coastal canal or
Yeah.
water all.
It also has major sinkholes all over. I sold the property.
The property itself is a simple.
Yeah.
All right, so going to the evidence now. Last year's market value was $998,970. And this year's market value is $1,421,630. The piece of land there, it is pretty large. It is a little bit over 2 acres of land. Actually, maybe even more than 2 acres of land. There's nothing else on it. It's the land. There's the land, and here are the sales of properties. Here it's 128,000 square feet of land, and here it's compared to an 8,000 square foot lot on North Isle. These are water lots. These are just recent sales, water lots. Sold for 339,000 for 8,000 square feet. This one sold on Green Cayman, sold for 600,000 for 21,000 square feet. And this one on La Buena Vida, which is right around from it, sold for 450,000 for 24,000, indicating that a little bit more than the subject value. Equity wise, these are ones that are they're on the land table and comparing out pieces of land. This one is pretty large. This 49 La Buena Vida is the closest. It's saying it is an acre and just short of an acre, and it's $921,000 for an acre, and this property is almost 3 acres comparatively. And they're, again, on a land table, they just comp out to be the value. It's trying to do larger lots. This is a lot that's a larger one on Ocean, but I mean, they're all fronting the same way, showing where these pieces of land are. That is what we have on the property. It's that this comp that is the $900,000 comp. Just show you here. That's what I was going to show you. It's the most like it. That's this comp right here,
Yeah.
and it is next door, I believe. It's 66605. It's that one. So that lot is 900 is
921.
Sorry, that lot is $499,000. And it is less than a third of the size of this lot. And
It's also, that lot's in La Buena Vita, the lot we're under discussion is not. Whether that makes any difference or not. It's not part of-
Is that
it's not part-
cul-de-sac turnaround, is that on their property?
Yes, but it's not. My understanding is that that particular lot is not belong to the La Buena Vita complex.
Yeah, it said so somewhere.
Yeah, they stated that in their
States that, yeah.
evidence, yeah.
And the other property ID he mentioned in his stuff is 14907. Where is that?
A Chrome.
It's what's the number, sorry, say again?
14907.
It's Palm Harbor. It's Palm Harbor.
That's Palm Harbor.
That's, it, yeah.
That's at the end of Palm Harbor.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Which is totally.
Why would he-
Terrible.
he, yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
wanting to look at it because that's what he
Right,
referred
that's
to
the one
in
you
his stuff.
referred to.
Can you, is it possible to really zoom in on that lot? I want to see if you can see other issues with the land.
Sure. Go tight as I can. The difficulty is of zooming in, there's up by the road is that it gets small.
Yeah,
And so, I mean, I'll like kind of try to like, I'm just trying to move around the property to see where it is. There's the corner of it.
What are those signs?
I think that's the for sale
For
sign.
sale sign, okay.
Concrete bulk.
yeah, but it also simply see, it looks like it's in bed.
Looks like it has an issue right there. That looks like an issue there.
It's gravity.
You know, it's.
I'll see Monday. Oh, no, not Monday. Monday's 4. I'll see it.
No.
Yeah.
Scott?
If you're asking me for that, I'll do that. It's,
Yeah, I would not want to replace that bulk.
We doing a submission, I think?
yeah, we're doing
Such a big increase.
There must have been something.
Maybe it's a sales, it's for sale.
But the equity comes out, it's driven from the equity calculation. So I gotta believe it's the land table thing. And the land table change may have been driven from the sale.
Right.
Just looking on Zillow, I don't see the listing. I just did a quick look. It may be there. I just don't see it.
Oh.
Mhm.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't listed for 900,000.
Well, I probably won't. That's
It's on the market, right?
I'm trying to find out where it's listed.
trying to go.
I mean, I'm in there now, but it's. Okay, fine.
Well, okay. First of all, I'm looking.
What was our evidence?
I know.
Yeah.
One, four, two. Yeah.
I don't know. Land value change.
Is there a land value change?
I'm still trying to find it.
Oh, okay, so I'm trying to find it too. Can't.
Going to summary,
It may have been taken down.
summary.
Yeah.
Cost. Or ARB.
Let's see what he said.
Which just cost. It was ARB.
No. It has been.
There really is, still. I'm doing this on you.
Oh, the utilities and the easements are an issue. I'm going back to what he said. That the utilities, because they're not part of one of the development, therefore utilities and easements are an issue. If the road's already cut in and everything.
Oh. That's I wonder what it means by utilities being an issue, if there's no run utilities out there.
That's what I'm wondering.
You got houses being built, right?
Yeah,
14,
but
15.
yeah, but
What's
that
that now?
would be.
Go to this. Just the
You're
car.
right. It's not a part of it.
What is it?
But it looks like. That is not. I don't know if there's no-
Oh, that's the it's adjusted at 70%. See, that's,
For me,
there was an
those
adjustment
bulkheads,
that was removed.
I'll be back.
You can tell them that, show them that.
Something to just tell you is that in the previous year, there was a 70% adjustment to the land for some reason, that there was a 70% adjustment on it.
Well, it doesn't say. Tell them we don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't say, no. It doesn't say why it's that, no. It just, there was an adjustment.
Of all of it, because I do see a wetlands.
There's a 70% adjustment on the wetlands still.
Okay, yeah,
I mean, but that's $150 is the market value for that. It's the others, there was 70% adjustment on those, and
So that was put back on this year.
no, ma'am, that was removed this year.
well,
Removed.
that's what
Yeah,
you mean.
same thing.
So what's that gonna do? Just basically goes back to what it was, so there wasn't. And
Mhm.
I mean, nothing changed.
I'll go back and say that.
Yeah, there's really
Yeah.
nothing seen.
Market values across the county changed during this time period.
Absolutely.
Not just that.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the same light, your appraisal seems to be driven by equity. Just given the number that's in your equity grid. Yeah, I think I'm, you know,
What's the equity ratio?
Shows it to be.
yeah, go ahead and make a motion.
The 99.
Do that as a motion.
Shows it to be only the 9.
You wanna go back?
Yeah,
That or two, whatever.
I still say you. I know, but it's still some increase.
yeah, all right, I know.
No.
I don't think it makes that much difference.
Somebody tell us all.
299,897. How about it?
Motion by basic, 2022, and 959. Count 471. This is the, opinion of the ARB that the value was reduced back to last year's value, which was 993,000.
On favor?
I
Aye.
opposed.
Okay. All right, so we have 3 in favor, 1 opposed.
She, no, I oppose,
3 in favor and 1
one
opposed.
opposed, and one abstained.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yes.
Back to,
Yes, it's not.
It's right there in your spot.
Okay. All right, we have the submission of the appraisal records, the rest of the record. Good. So, the last time that we did an appraisal submission, was the vast majority, just to recap, it was the vast majority of all the accounts. So we have approximately 29,000 and change total properties within the county. That first run submission was to the tune of about 26,500 or somewhere in that neighborhood. It had about 26,000. That's what I submitted. When was that? That it was probably the 15th of May.
I think so.
Or right before the 15th of May when I did that other submission. There was 2 other groups of properties that will just generally describe what they were. They were called at-risk properties. Those are properties that that we withheld to make sure that they were in the correct per se completeness. And they had to do with properties that were recently or that had been damaged by Hurricane Harvey that still had not been repaired that had a homestead on them. The other were GLO homes. That we needed to check the caps and freezes. And then there was the VPP that we, again, we had late renditions. So we, again, held on to those. And the last submission that we just, or the last thing that we just sent out, or that goes out today, is ag properties. So the ag, I think there was only 291 of those. So again, the last portion that I just described is also encompassed into this flash drive. You have a preliminary records report. You have a captured values records report. It's for your examination if you want. But basically, it says that we have noticed everybody, and everybody has an ARB submission number in the account, for which either they don't protest, or if they do protest, either we settle at the district or it's heard before your board. And I'm going to submit this to you. I'm going to say, I'm Michael Soto, Chief Appraiser for Aransas County appraisal district do solemnly swear that I've made or caused to be made a diligent inquiry to ascertain all property in the district subject to appraisal by me, and I have included in the record all property that I'm aware of at an appraised value determined as required by law. And I'm signing that as of today. And it is it's the 30th day of June 2022.
Okay, now let me understand. This is basically the starting point, right? Before considering any protests and that kind of thing, is that correct?
It is my submission to you of all the records. And like I prefaced before, if we have 29,000, I made an initial submission to you. Save about 2,500 properties or somewhere thereabouts.
Right.
I've done the remaining 2,500 and therefore I'm submitting the entirety of the set to you.
Okay,
And it is the starting point. It basically says that I'm affirming to you that I've made a diligent search of all the property in the county and I've noticed everybody. And at that point, they have rights and remedies
Right.
for which they can exercise, which include a protest. They get to say, hey, appraisal district, I think you're wrong. At which point, there's two ways they can go. They can come and talk to us. We can do a settlement, or there might not be a resolution, in which case it will be before you. And I am making that record available.
Yep.
Does everything go right?
Yes, it does. That is right there.
So this goes in the files in the secretary.
Both, yeah, that record goes into ARB file.
Yes, that issue. Oh, okay.
And so I think wonder why, we've already heard some, so why is it being submitted now?
Because it's that last 2,500 properties
Okay,
that were not noticed at the time of the first submission.
Okay.
So I have to tell you that I've done it.
Okay.
And at that time, I did make that statement.
yes, you did. You told us that there were some outstanding ones that you're
Right.
still dealing with.
BBB is always late because we're always getting late revisions. GLO was kind of wonky this year because, you know, we're coming, again, we're
Right.
several years past it and you'll continue to get those over the future years. But it has to do with houses being built back as a result of hurricane. The at-risk properties or again, those homesteaded properties that were, again, we needed to make sure that we had them in accurate fashion so that we could send them out because they have implications as well. But we just had to give another look at it.
okay.
And then ag properties were late as well. Again, people can submit ag applications up till a certain time, and I didn't want that to run in against your first submission. So in both cases, I informed this board that I did a submission at that point. It represented the vast majority of all the appraisal records. This submission is telling you that I'm done with all of my appraisal notices, and I have made a diligent effort to look at all the property, appraise all the property, and I'm required to submit that record to you. And this is the last 2,500 or so. And again, I'm just speaking in general terms.
Well, and you know, you probably touched on all of that since this is my first year. I want to make sure I'm clear on how the process works.
Sure, and so this relates to the July 25th certification. So just like Scott said, it's kind of a starting point of saying, you've got it all. Now, all these people have an opportunity to protest. Of all those people, I'm going to give you a generality. There's roughly 2,100 or 2,200. That represents about, if this is 100%, this represents 8%
Okay.
of all the protests. Of those 8%, let's just say half, I'm just making this number up, 4% of those are held, are done or accounted for in a settlement by the district with the citizens. The other 4% will be heard by you. But the July 25th has to do with the 5% of the value that's attributable by this 8%. So this 8% of all protests by number represents larger than 8% by value. And I think the last time I looked at it was like 10.4. And that number by July 25th has to be less than 5%. This board has made a lot of headway, and the district has made a lot of headway to settling those cases. And so that number comes down every day. And there's many districts that don't meet that 5% threshold, and they have to do what's called a certified estimate by July 20th, that's the 20th, by July 20th. And that's when the roll is certified by the ARB, by you. You basically say, we received the records, we listened to the cases, we affirm that you and the district has heard more than the requisite number of cases that's attributable by the value. And at that point, that roll can be certified. And then I give it to the entities, to the county, to the city, to the school, to whomever. But it's a reporting process, is really what it is.
Okay.
And that's why you remember things last year, Scott.
Yes. And also recognize too that you had a number of cases where we've had to situations worried about late protests. Okay, and the normal deadline is the end of May, but because there are some recognized number of properties that still hadn't been appropriately appraised that have now been caught up, they make accommodations for those properties. Okay.
Okay.
So, and they will tell us if now there's a protest that comes in on one of these properties that were being caught up on, they'll say, okay, even though this was after the 28th of May, then it's still okay because this was, in the group, right?
Yeah, and as far as the people that got noticed later,
Yeah.
they get 30 days from that mail date.
Right.
And that's why the further we go on in the season, things that will be relevant with what was the protest deadline date, and we'll look at the notice because there's different sets of properties that have different dates. And we're pretty front office and all of the staff, they're pretty in tune with what that looks like. But that's always a consideration, especially for the ARB, for you to when you consider late protests and things like that, you have to is this one of the late ones, or is it one of the ones that went out with the 26,000 and change? Again, that's it's relevant. This submission today is just saying that I've got everything noticed.
Okay.
At which point everybody will have their rights and remedies. They get to take hold of the rights, but understand, out of the 100%, the people that turn in protests only represent about 8%.
Yeah.
And when you see a protest come through, it basically has the report would reflect, it says under ARB review. And what that means is it either has to be settled by us or it has to be settled by you.
Mhm.
That's all. And the stuff that's not under review, it are people that just do protest. So that's why there's under review, not under review, and this is the grand total. The grand total represents the entire
The entire thing.
of the
Okay.
record. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but you basically, I guess they put it in there in such a way so that that boards, ARBs would know that they've heard everything that they need to hear within a year. And like I said, other boards within other districts, they go all year round. They're working all year round.
For the bigger districts, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that.
It becomes exhausting because it's like this all year long. And the appraisal staffs have to go look at property, they have to appraise property. There's schedules that have to be modified, for a next year, the future year. There's value defense for the previous year. There's map reviews, there's property value studies that are promulgated by the comptroller's office, so. I imagine in those bigger districts, they're just. Must be very, very difficult.
So how many protests did we get this year so far?
I want to say that Val said it was like 2,200 or something in that range. Yeah,
Which is still, I think, less, a little less than last year, but still.
that is correct. It's less than last year.
You know, the bigger districts that have boards,
Some of them have multiple.
They have multiple.
they would have to, because it, you know, it's a full-time job.
Well,
They
and that's
become a
why the
full-time
single,
job.
well, that's why the single member panels are so important in those bigger districts, because they actually, just imagine if, you were part of a bigger one, you would have 5 single member panels. And you each, every single one of you would be hearing cases all day long.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, those,
Come together.
those would come for review to the whole board. And then, they would make, acceptance or denials, or they want to rehear it for whatever reason. And I don't even know what their metrics would look like. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Um,
know.
Scary.
Yeah.
We're lucky to in a small district.
And I don't know if I mentioned that when I said with the ARB chair in Hidalgo County, her conversations with the comptroller said that because the single member panel stuff is kind of new, is very new, and the processes that the different districts are doing is different. I won't say slightly different, or I don't even know how much different, but it is different. The comptroller said they're not even going to audit those
Just.
protests
Yeah.
for the coming year, right? And we'll see what happens. But back to your comment about, I think it was you, was talking about the numbers. And it was like when I chatted with this gal in Hidalgo, you know, it was like almost a whole hum thing. She says, oh yeah, well, we're estimating we'll get 56,000 protests this year. It's like, oh, goodness gracious.
I have to think twice about being
Yeah.
on that board.
Yeah, right. 56,000. Gee.
Yeah, and it's interesting, if you consider that, you know, up in roughly 2,200 that you have, and let's just say that half get settled out over there, that represents 1,100, but then of the 1,100, you have 60% no shows, so
Yeah.
at least half,
No,
so 500, you know, half, or what is it, 600 properties that you're really going to listen to.
So when they take it further to the courts, then does the district have to show up to do that, or?
And those are only people for whom they've exhausted their remedies. Now,
Right.
what I mean by that is they have to have a board order in which they show. So, if you have a person that filed a protest and they didn't show, and whether they, you know, if they said the reason that they didn't show, but this board says that it wasn't a good cause, then that's it. That's it for them. They don't have another remedy. But for a person that comes in, or at least turns in their affidavit and it's read into the record, that's all they have to do. Basically, if a person signs a protest form, and the very next day, all they do is they present an affidavit. And even if they don't put anything on it, like they just say that I protest on the affidavit, this board has to render a record because they represented that they were here and protested. At which point they get the opportunity to take it to what's called arbitration or lawsuit. There's also SOA hearings, but they're very rare. And that gives them another bite at the apple.
Right.
You have to be involved in those.
Oh, absolutely.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you have to go to those hearings.
We have to go to arbitrations. Arbitrations are more frequent than, arbitrations and lawsuits are about the same number. But the arbitration always come to completion. I say always, 95% of the time they come to completion. There's 5% where a person just withdraws. But the lawsuits come to, they usually don't go all the way. They usually go
They
settle
settle.
out. Most of them settle out.
Cause it's more, I mean, it's very expensive.
It's very expensive. It's expensive for the district, which is taxpayer money, it's expensive for the citizen. And many times, you're a year and a half down the road and you're realizing how much money you've spent and they're realizing how much money they've spent. And you come to some number,
Yeah, I
come to
would have
some,
paid that.
you come to some number that has no reference to value at all. It doesn't mean anything. It just, it's like both sides want to stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
And I have to make those decisions, based on, you know, the attrition rate that, you know, of just actual dollars that are being lost. And then there's a few that you actually have to go, well, you know, we tried to settle this last year and you're gonna get another lawsuit. I guess, you know, it's their right and you want to oblige the citizen of their, you know, like, let's see what your stuff is worth,
Yeah.
you know, kind of thing. And then you're spending multiples of thousands of dollars hiring an outside appraiser to be an expert witness because they're appraising the property. They get that opportunity as well. They can hire an outside appraiser. They're spending all kinds of money. It's just one of those things. It's their right.
Right.
Um,
And yeah, you have to follow through. Yeah.
And you can, if you're interested, I know the education manual talks through the next things they can do to appeal. And I'll also, if you'd like, I'll print out the one page from the termination order that's sent after the hearing, which has, at least on one page, the remedies or the things
Okay,
they can do.
to the taxpayer.
Right. So, I mean, it
They can
deals-
appeal our decision.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's correct. And
Yeah.
it involves either the filing suit in court or arbitration. And there's several different arbitration forms with binding arbitration, other arbitration.
Yeah.
And there's a SO.
So,
Yeah, so, and some of those have, you can exercise them based on the value, you know, if it's more than $1 million, for the SOA type approach, it has to, the appraisal has to be more than $1 million. If it's the binding arbitration, it's less than $1 million, and, you know, things like that. So, and so I'll print that out for you guys, and you can see it. It was a nice, a good rendition without having to follow.
yeah, but it doesn't, I mean, you don't have to, I mean, it's good for reference, but it's not anything that you have to really worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're probably, unless anybody's got any more questions.
No.
Not in the morning.
Okay.
I think so. I'll double check with Beth. Oh, well, that's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Connor, yeah.
And
I can get them all done today.
Yeah, I'm getting my house cooked.
You've got, but today and tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we've got something going tomorrow morning.
That's some minerals.
Oh, the minerals, yes, well, that's.
Morning, 9 to 12.
Yeah. Tomorrow's
How long do I
July 1st. Woo-hoo.
Well, we're gonna have a Hershey's for breakfast.
I'm holding on.
We are all going downhill.
Okay. So. The second.
Okay, handle it.
Okay.
Not hand one over, hand over.
No, I just couldn't say no.
I hear
Hand over that.
Say it so many times. It's- downhill. I'm gonna have to bring in candy more often.
I just talked to Mr. Beckert and we decided we're going to go ahead and do O'Connor. Get back on for that. I believe the first one's gonna be 34.
Oh, you're so good. And this is O'Connor's affidavit continue?
Yes, me.
Oh.
O'Connor.
Well, this is all that's
Yeah.
left.
No, and 509 is on page 6
Next one is
of the O'Connor,
437 is on 434 is on.
434, you were 509.
But the next one is on page 4.
Oh. Jumping one ahead.
What you do? Thirty foot
I'm on here, I got you.
page 4.
6,
Second one is 4, third, and the third one is 3.
3. 3.
Is it 2?
No, I'm just saying that.
Okay, well, go.
That's right.
6, 4, 3, 3.
I have that. You can keep.
You can bring the pen back.
What?
Right, yes, because it's right under it.
You start out with 3 and end up with 0.
So
And
4.
then the next one is page
You
what?
start out with 3 and end up with 0.
Page 6.
Page what?
6.
One minute notice.
Yeah, just put it along the side of there.
I mean, that, I don't go by that. I go by whatever's on.
Okay. 4. Is that 4?
Got me
Mhm.
this.
That's right.
And then
Out
people.
there
I'll let you guys
today,
get
so
that.
they'll come to there. It's gonna have these for later and these for now.
It's like they're, somehow they're communicating themselves. Because there are no meetings. Oh, hell. I think it's awful that we don't just. Okay.
Starting at 509, you're on page 6.
Yeah.
437 is page 4.
Yeah.
434 is 3.
Yeah.
435 is 3.
Yeah.
436 is 4. And 433 is 4. 404 is 2. 397 is 1. 765 is 16.
And that should be it. Right? You can win it. That day you were gone, you had all the shortcuts.
Yeah, I'm sure. O'Connor will be able to collect their.
Now, do they correct or they
35%.
don't make anything?
I don't know.
35% on what they said. That's what they sent mother.
There are a lot of them.
I'm sure.
I know.
So they don't get.
And, yeah, but I think a lot of them, they realize aren't gonna make it.
So there's no upfront fees.
No.
Depending on what they get.
All the ones that they don't win.
Their work spot.
We can start whenever y'all are ready.
Waiting for,
Are you gonna do?
Peggy,
Yes, yeah, he's gonna do
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
but we will go ahead and start.
Oh, we've got
It'll just
Peggy.
be a matter of catching up with her swearing in. If she's not.
Just
Okay, so-
slow.
Okay, we're commencing a series of hearings. I'll announce each hearing as we go into it. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube, and all these O'Connor affidavits have Q1, Q2 with market and equity and a whole raft of other values, protest values checked in the letter that they provided. However, we'll just address each one if they include any evidence on them. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are hearing the protests have not communicated with anyone about the protests and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. It relates to case numbers 2022-509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, and 765.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with a person in violation of tax code 41.66AF in relation to case ID 2022-509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, and 765.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in relation to case ID 2022-509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, and 765.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F related to case ID 2022-509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, 765.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, referencing cases 2022-509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, and 765.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct regarding 2022 cases number 509, 437, 434, 435, 436, 433, 404, 397, and 765.
Okay, great. So we are opening the hearing on case ID 2022-509. Account number 8821883. And
Property owner's affidavit of evidence, section 1, property owner is Stephen W. Palacios, Etux, Yolanda U. And it's the address is 14403 Red Grove, San Antonio, Texas. The property description is 407 Kokomo Cove Road, Rockport. And the reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value. Value is unequal compared with other properties. And the evidence is 1. And the statement of facts or arguments is opinion of value, $56,448. And next section, I do not intend to appear at this hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This evidence and this affidavit and the evidence and the argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. It's signed by James Cooper in Aransas County and notarized by Bree and Nicole Smith. The affidavit of hearing, this is their one page, and it's showing the information about the subject property, which is 407 Kokomo Cove Road. It's showing that the property value actually has the market value has declined actually from 2021 to 2022. from 59,450 to 57,620. And the living area has stayed the same, and the land size, which is 1, has stayed the same, and the land values in A. So this apparently is a mobile home. And improvement value is the same as the other. And so this shows the number of properties in the neighborhood is 5. And that the subject property shows the square footage and so forth. That is typical for the neighborhood is less. It's 1,568 living area for the subject, and the typical for the neighborhood is 969. And improvement values 57,000 for the subject and 39,000 for the typical for the neighborhood. No extra features, land size being 1 versus 5,178 for the typical and $30,000 typical land for it. A year built is 2019 for the subject and 1211 for the typical. No sales showing the last 3 years, and the average sales is just showing just the subject at $36 a square foot. And that's it. So it's just information about the subject, and then their opinion of value that is a little bit less than what the market is. All right, so let's take a look at this property. And here it is. Yes, it is. It's a double wide, and it was built in 2019, and it's just depreciating a little bit, and it's depreciated a little bit since last year. Excuse me.
Use water.
I've got them right here. All right, so we're going to compare our subject to other sales, and here are sales. These are other mobile homes. The subject value is 57,620. There's one over here on Warbler, and it's not, in this case, it's not particularly important where it is, considering that there's no land involved. It's just a mobile home. And so this mobile home that's sold is considerably smaller and considerably older, sold for $75,000, had a little bit of land with it, taken off the land, make adjustments for the size and the class, and I'm sorry, not the class, but the size and the effective age. It comps out to $64,000. The second one, the mobile home, is also smaller and is a little bit older also, and it's sold for $74,000. And when you comp it out, it comps out to $50,000, $50,900, almost $51,000. And the third one is another mobile home here that is a little bit smaller also, and it is a little bit older. And when you make the adjustments, it comes out to $61,432, and that's our median, and which proves up the value that we're a little bit low on that house, that mobile home. Next is the equity grid, and it's showing, this is just showing other mobile homes that are like it. And these are really like it. And so far, the first 2 mobile homes, the only difference in them is the fact that they are 1 year newer. And they are the same size, the same class, everything's the same, and they're just a mobile home. There's no land associated with them on those first 2. And the third one is 2 years newer and just 50 square feet smaller, and comps out to an average of $59,153. Really just showing us this is just a mobile home. They get a little bit of depreciation, and we've got 2 other identical mobile homes that were built the next year that are showing that that's what the value of the mobile homes. That's all.
Yeah. Values coming down, actually, so.
Appreciation.
Can't believe they protested.
low, both market and equity. Right where it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Where I'm at.
Hey, case ID 2022, there's 509, account 8821 So, the opinion of the ARB, listen to information on the district. That the value of the property is currently, the improvement is currently noted for $57,620, it stands.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. Moving on to open the hearing on case ID 2022-437. Account number 27433. 903 San Antonio Street.
All right, this is where it's gonna take me just a second, because I need to set this one up.
Yep.
First. I'll read everything. So the property owner's affidavit of evidence, the property owner is John R. Heyman. And they live at 903 San Antonio Street, Rockville, Texas. I'm sorry, that is the property owner's name. And the legal description of it is Manning Block 299, Lot 2. The reason for protest is incorrect appraised market value, and value is unequal compared to other properties. Evidence is one, statement of factual arguments, made observation and market data, kept land data, improvement depreciates less desirable than neighbor's property, suggested opinion of value, 32,860, see attached. And the hearing type is, I do not intend to appear hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. Yeah, this affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person's hearing. And it's signed by Robert Martin in Aransas County and notarized by Bree Nicole Smith. And this is the one page here, and it gives information about this this property here. The property went up in value from 20 to 21 and went up a little bit more in 2022, just $500 in 2022 increase in value. And it is the appraised value of the market value of the property, which looks like it's probably a trailer package is what it is, because it's showing it to be $7,094 this year, $6,000 the prior year, and $5,600 the year before. Living area 1,120 square feet. And then I'm sorry, the improvement value here is $470 and $462 and $470. So it's back and forth on that. The land size hasn't changed, and the land value increased from 22,000 to 31,000, and then it's 32,000 in 2022. Subject property is 1,120 square foot of living area, and it's compared to typical neighborhood for the neighborhood is 828. There are 408 in the neighborhood, and the typical sold is 928. So it's a little bit larger than those. The improvement value is $470, and compared to 21,000 typical for the neighborhood and 449,000 typical for the sold in the neighborhood. No extra features. Land size is about the same as typical for the neighborhood, 10,800 compared to 11,000, and then 15,000 for the typical sold. The land value is 32,400 compared to 22,000 for the typical and 33 for the sold. And in a per-year bill, 1,350 for the neighborhood and 1,504 for the sold. Average sales for the area, properties in 2019 was 50, it's like $52 a foot. for 2019, $28 for 2020, and almost $70 for 2021. And the average sales here for 2022, the subject is showing to be at $29 and then $66 for the neighborhood, and none here for this, the average within 500 square feet, and the median for the neighborhood is 64, it looks like. That's all. And the evidence for the district shows that this property, what it actually is a trailer package, an old TP3, which is something we don't really put on them now. It's a low-end trailer package, if there is such a thing. And it's fully depreciated 34%, and it's valued $470. It's really land. And the land itself is $32,400. And then this is where this is. This is on Corpus Christi Street. You can see Monkey Road in San Antonio. This is this property that bridges the gap between San Antonio Street and Monkey Road.
It's a lot of stuff on that property.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here, this is comparing out the land here. This is just sales of other pieces of land in the area. And this one here on Terry sold for $32,500. This one on Fort Worth sold for $27,000. And these are $433 a foot, $361 a foot. And the last one sold for $413 a foot on Ruby Allen. They're in the same general area. These sales are, and they're indicating a value of $4.02 a foot. And compared to $3 a foot is what the market value of the subject is. And here, this is for equity. This is other properties that are also on San Antonio Street here. They're very close to the subject, and they're comparing out and just saying that this is what this property would be worth. They're on one table, and just showing. There's one. This third one is exactly like it, and it's saying that it's worth that. And the both sales and equity are proved up by the comps. That's all I got.
I'm good with the value.
No change. I'm better than over 65. Anyway.
Okay, case ID 2022-437, account 27433. Addressing incorrect market value and median level appraisal, exceeding median appraisal. Depending on the ARB, that the currently noted value $32,870 stand.
I'll second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Moving on, we're closing that hearing. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-434, account number 27327, which is 719 Dallas Street in Rockport.
Hey,
This is 27327.
Yes, 27327.
the property owner is Blake and Nancy Muirhead, and it's the address of the property. I guess the property owner is 1258 Heron Lane, Rockport, Texas, and the property description is 719 Dallas Street, Rockport. And the reason for protests are incorrect appraisal market value, and value is unequal compared to other properties. And the evidence is 1. The statement of factual arguments is opinion of value $23,625. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. That affidavit and evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person or at the hearing. And it's signed by James Cooper in Aransas County, notarized by Bree and Nicole Smith. And this is showing vacant land sales here, and it's comparing some of these to, it's the one that's highlighted here is one on Ruby Island, and it's saying it's 52 cents a square foot on this property, and it's highlighting. Yeah, there are other sales that are saying here, other dollars per square foot. I'm not seeing the Dallas one. It looks like that says 65 or 95 cents. I think it's 65 cents a square foot. 65 cents a square foot. And this is one sale that said 52 cents a square foot. That is the one that they've highlighted. I'm assuming that that's the one they're wanting to do because all these others are far more than that. $1.98, 72 cents. 72 cents on Fort Worth Street is the closest one to that. At 72 cents distance wise. It's also an older sale, but then there are these others that are more that I don't think they're intending to compare. So they're comparing this one sale there that happened in January of 2022, was recent sale, and it's 52 cents a square foot versus 65 cents a square foot. I'll bring up the district's evidence, and this is a piece of land. It's on it's over on Fort Worth. It's on the Fort Worth land table. It is on Dallas Street. And that's what it looks like. It's kind of a
Weird looking.
a little bit of an odd shaped piece of land. So here, comparing some various sales here. We have 65 cents a foot on this. Here's one on San Antonio Street, sold in 21. That's about the same size. Oh, this is an 8.86 acres of land. So it's headed towards an acre of land. And these are a little bit larger pieces of land that are sold. This one here on San Antonio Street, sold for $1.62. This one on Ruby Island, this was probably their comp there, sold for 52 cents a square foot. And here another one on Ruby Island, sold for $1.07 a square foot. And here one on Fort Worth Street, sold for $1.04 a square foot. So there are other sales indicating that the price per square foot is more towards the dollar on average. And here are other, these are equity comps, and these are just other things that are on similar type land table. But actually, you can see these are valued higher. I mean, there's apparently functions on this lot. That's why it's only 50 cents a square foot, because these are several dollars a foot for these properties on Dallas Street.
A lot smaller too.
And more on that. They are a lot small. They are a lot smaller square footage there. And so, but they're indicating that is the value on the land table. And that's it.
No changes.
No change. Case ID 2022-434, account 27327. Addressing correct trademark value and transmission exceeding appraisal. It's the opinion of the ARB that the currently noted value of $24,380 is standing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-435, account number 27328, which is 704 Fort Worth Street in Rockport. Oh, this is on the same land table and everything.
Same order.
All right, this is, the property owner is Blake and Nancy Muirhead. Their address is 1258 Karen Lane, Rockport. Property description is 704 Fort Worth Street, Rockport. And reason for protest or incorrect appraisal market value. Value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is 1. The statement of fact or arguments are the opinion of value is 23,625. Property is unimproved, no roads or sewer. Also, property floods when rain, as property owner states. And we do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence under arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing. And it's signed by James Cooper, Aransas County, and notarized by Breeden Cole Smith. And here, this is a vacant land comparable, and it's comparing, and in this case, it's comparing out to that property and various other properties here, and it's picking this one on West Corpus Christi Street as the one that's highlighted. And it's 60 cents a square foot compared to 65 cents a square foot for the subject. And there are others here on North Burton and on it's 41 cents a square foot, and West Market at 40 cents, and FM 1069 at 40 cents a foot. I'm not sure they're in various areas of the county. I'm not certain what how they come together. The West Corpus Christi Street is the closest one to the Fort Worth Street address, and value wise, it's the closest to the value. And so that's why I'm imagining it's comparing to that. The others are in different areas. All right, and we'll show the evidence from the district showing this value of this property is 24,380, and it is a 65 cents a foot. It's $37,500, 37,500 square feet of land. Sorry, and there's where it is. It's near to the other one. Remember, the other one was this kind of L-shaped thing. This is this other piece there. And the sale for this are showing it's likely to be the similar sale. This one's showing one on San Antonio Street for $1.62 a square foot, one on Ruby Allen for 52 cents a square foot, one over here for $1.07, one for $1.04. Averages out to be $1.06 for the dollar per square foot versus 65 cents. Proves out that value. This one shows the value here for equity, showing various other properties there that are similar area, and their online table is bearing out and saying that's what the value is. That's all.
Okay, can you bring up the picture on that?
On this property.
Yeah. I think there's something we need to look at.
No, I don't think it's contiguous.
Oh, yeah, well,
It's the corner that.
yeah, zoom out a touch. 728,
Is that it?
727. See, I think all four of these are owned by the same person. And I don't know if that's an easement or just the way it's drawn in between these, but if nothing else, we should probably check the effective size flags.
I'll show you that because this is, there is, there's a lot more acreage than that. I mean, there's a lot more because they own a lot bigger properties. See how it's 10.49 acres. So it's showing, this is, if we're looking here at market value, then when we get to this, is the range, it's the lowest
Yeah.
in the
Okay.
range of anything, because it's showing something 10 acres. It's like,
Perfect. I mean, that's you verify what, I just wanted to see what it might be effect. So,
yeah.
so the bottom line is it's already accommodated or accounted for. Thanks, Don.
You're welcome.
Case ID 2022-435, account 2628. Addressing market and equity values, it's the opinion that the ARB, that the currently noted value of $24,380.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Aye.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Andy.
You know, Kenny.
I'll choke.
Okay, that closes that hearing. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-436, count number 27329. Okay, 4?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yep, there we are. Okay, and that's 720 Fort Worth Street in Rockport.
Okay. Property owner is Blake and Nancy Muirhead, 1258 here in Lane, Rockport, Texas. Property description is 720 Fort Worth Street, Rockport. The reason for protest, incorrect appraised market value. The and values unequal compared to other properties. The evidence is 1. The statement of factual arguments is opinion of value is 23,625. Property has no road and is unimproved. And then I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it's signed by James Cooper in Aransas County and notarized by Bree Nicole Smith. So here is the land Aransas vacant land assessment comparable data. And on here, there are a number of properties here, and it's showing that their values are, the highlighted values are the dollars per square foot, and it's showing 34 cents, 34 cents, 35, 38, 40, 40, 40, and 40. The one where the subject property is 65, and these properties are on 16th Street, Kluge Trail, FM 1781, Laura Garza, FM 1069, Club Lake Drive, FM 1069, and West Market Street. They're different areas. They are around the same type of square footage, whereas this is a roughly 2/3 of an acre size lot, and this first one is a little bit over an acre, and one is an acre, and then half an acre, and so forth. They're around the same size, but they're properties that are they're not particularly near to this property. They are less in value, and they actually have this one is a piece of vacant land, C1 land, and then all of these others have, this one has a double wide on it, this one has a 1 PH house and a 2 SS house. They have kind of lower class homes, or except for one has a 5 class home. They're lower class homes and a mobile home on them. So that's the evidence, and I'll show the district's evidence. The district evidence is, this is a lot, it's 37,500 square feet. It's 65 cents a foot. And it's here near the others that we were talking about. Talked about recently, and these are the sales. We've seen these sort of sales. The valuing on this, and we saw in the previous one, it's the 65 cents a foot is derived from having the lowest valuation, the highest square footage in the land table. So the highest level of square footage denotes the lowest dollars per square foot in this particular land table. And that's why 65 cents a foot. And here the sales are showing $1.62, 52 cents, $1.07, $1.04, and they come out to be $1.06, which is showing the land being worth $39,000. And here this one showing the equity is showing that it's on land table, and that market value is 24,380 is that's all.
Stays the same.
Yeah, why,
That's three. Isn't that three that they?
This is
The third one. Yeah, there's another one to come.
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Not
yet.
Okay with that.
yes, I am.
Yeah.
Case ID 2022-436, account 27329, addressing sales and equity levels. Opinion of the ARB that currently under value of $24,380.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
We're going.
Yep. Okay, that closes this hearing. Next one's on page 3. Commences the hearing on, yeah, it's 3. Top of page 5.
Top of the page.
Commences the hearing on case ID 2022-433, account number 27326, which is 703 Dallas Street, lot 4.
All right, this property owner is Blake and Nancy Muirhead, 1258, sorry, Heron Lane, Rockport, Texas, and the property description is 703 Dallas Street, Rockport. And the reasons for protest are incorrect appraisal market value, and then value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence is 1. The statement of facts or arguments is opinion of value 23,250. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and the argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. And it's signed in Aransas County by James Cooper and notarized by Nicole Smith. And this shows, the evidence here shows vacant land sales on the neighborhood. And it's showing here, it's Dallas Street. C1 property is this property, $24,000, and it's 64 cents a foot. And here it's comparing one that is said it's in A for where the property is, and it's saying it's 45,000 and it's $30 a square foot, and another one is highlighted that's saying it's in A is the location, and it's saying that it's sold previous year. It's the same property. It sold for 60 cents the year before a square foot, and it sold for 30 cents then the next year. Okay, and then there are other properties on here that are, Terry Street is kind of close to this, and it's showing this one selling for cents and 92 cents per square foot, another for 92 and 93 and 77 and $3.55 and $1.07 properties, but I think they're focusing on this one here that is less. It's 60 cents in 2020 and then 30 cents in 2021.
5 times bigger.
And yeah, it's a larger piece. And I don't know why it's showing it to not have an address, but it could be in Aransas Pass and they don't have addresses if it's just land there. So that could be why. All right, so I'll go to the district's evidence. District's evidence, this is a property on 703 Dallas Street. It's 37,500 square feet and it's 64 cents a foot, $24,000 for the land. And there's where it is. It's part of that fourplex of properties that we've been talking about. And here, this one here compares out back to the usual suspects of the sales here, $1.62 a foot, 52 cents a foot, $1.07 and $1.04 a foot, coming up to $1.62 a foot, saying that this one should be $60,000 for the land, and we have 24,000 on the property. And then after that is equity, and it's just showing that it's on land table and compares out and it's showing that it's nothing weird going on. That's it.
Yeah, I wonder why it's 64 cents versus 65.
Because it is on the land table. It's the Dallas land table, and I believe the other one was on the Fort Worth land table.
Okay.
So it's the street behind.
Case ID 2023-433, account 27326. Addressing sales and equity levels. Opinion of the ARB that the total noted value of 24,000 should stay.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing.
Yes.
Page 2. All right, so we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-404, account number 22780. 56 Lakeside Loop in Holiday Beach.
All right. So this is the property owner is Larry W. Sims III, and address is 19202 West Josie Overlook Drive, Cypress, Texas. Property description is 56 Lakeside Loop, Rockport, and reason for protest: incorrect appraised market value, and value is unequal with other properties. Evidence is 2, and the statement of facts or arguments is opinion of value $15,779. Comparable lots sold for less. Not a lot to support the larger increase to subject property. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. And it's signed in Aransas County by James Cooper and notarized by Bria Nicole Smith. And this is the vacant land sales data here. There are 2 pages of it and 3 highlighted items on it. And this is Lakeside Court here in Holiday Beach. And 66 Lakeside Court. And we have it at $21,260 or $1.55 a foot. It's 12,721 square feet. And the first sales comparing is Green Oak Lane, which is also in Holiday Beach. And it sold in January of 22, 14,000 square feet. for $1.40 a square foot. The next one here is on Woods Drive. This is also in Holiday Beach. This is also on this one is on the east side. The other one is on the west side. This one's on the east side of Holiday Beach. And this one is 15,000 square foot lot, sold for $1.30 a foot, 19,550 for that lot. And then the third one is Teresa Lane, which is over
Lamar Point.
near Lamar Point Preserve. Is where
It
this
did
one
not sell for 19,550.
And okay. All right, what shows is 19,550 and $1.46 foot, and 13,000 square feet. So those are comparing out. These others are all showing less actually per square foot for other properties, the other sales that there are. They're shown to be less, but they are they're not highlighted. There are other areas, some are in Holiday Beach and some are not, but they're showing these others, and they're focusing on those. That's where they're deriving their value of the 15,779 is from these sales. I'll show the evidence from the district. The district is showing here is a lot. It's said it's valued at 21,260. This is where it is. It's a fairly large lot there in this for this area. It's a relatively large lot. And here is it compared to other lots that have sold. Here's one on Oak Shore Loop. It sold for $59,000 or $1.81 a square foot. One in Holly, it sold for $46,000 for 15,000 square feet. That's $309 a foot. Both of these are east side properties. And then one on St. Charles Loop sold for $40,000 for 20,000 square feet, $2 a foot. So averaging out to be $2.30 a square foot for those. And then for equity, this is other things on Lakeside Loop, and these things are just on a table, carrying out and showing that there's something odd going on with this. That's it.
It's a nice lot. End of a cul-de-sac. I don't see anything that changed.
Investing, sales and for the level, I think it's the opinion of the ARB that the noted value $21,260.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Sure.
Yep, that closes this hearing. We're opening the hearing on case ID 2022-297. Count number 18501, 520 West End Street in Rockport.
Well, you said you started with the big and came down. So this is the dregs of the bottom.
All right, this is the property owner address is Paige C. Mund and Todd A. and Tim A. possibly. 7600 Williams School Road, Meadville, Texas, and property description is 520 West James, Rockport. And reason for protest, incorrect appraised market value, and values unequal compared with other properties. And the evidence is 1, and the median value is 18,902. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not if I do not appear in person at the hearing. And it's signed in Aransas County by James Cooper and notarized by Maria Nicole Smith. And their page of evidence is showing vacant land sales for the neighborhood. And it's showing here, they have highlighted one of them. We'll look at it first. There's a James Street, we're at $2.55 a square foot. And there was a sale that they're highlighting here on Cassuth that is $2.40 a square foot. It's the same size lot. And it sold for less. That particular lot did. There's also one here on Cassuth Street. It sold for $31, but that doesn't seem right. That must have had a house on it. And that sale was in 2020 also. March of 2020. That sale. All of these sales here are 2020 so far coming down here. And I don't believe that they want to have like this Water Street sale at $22 a square foot. I don't think is something that they're really trying to compare. The only one that is in the range near this is that would do anything with this one here that's on Cassuth Street. All the others are much higher dollars per square foot, and they're not. That has to have a house on it. That can't be right. I mean, that just seems that's too much for that. So looking at this, they have one sale that helps the case here, and that is this Cassuth Street, this 2020 Cassuth Street sale, and for $2.40 a square foot. All right, I'll pull up the appraisal districts evidence, and this is property here. This was the same value as last year. Didn't change. And a lot here on the corner of James and Terry Street. And here, comparing some sales of similar type lots here. There's one here on West Lamar Street, on Fuqua Street, and they are 5,000 and 7,000 square foot lots, $4.20 and $5 a foot for these lots. And then one on Byrne and one on Cassuth for $4.29 and $6.87 a foot, which is $5.09 a foot for compared to $2.55 a foot for the property. And then when you compare these properties out, this is land that's it's on James Street. James is the cross. This one is James is this cross street, and it's picking properties on Terry is the equity one. So that's why it's showing not ones on James. It's showing these properties here. This is why they're addressed like that. But they're the adjacent properties to this, and they're 75 census. They're 7,500 square foot lots, and as you can see, they're the same price. That's the value of these lots in this area is that is 75 is 19,130. So there's nothing unusual about this. It's just like all the other lots in the area. That's it.
No change.
Okay, count 2022, then it's 397. Case ID count 18501. Addressing market and equity values, at the beginning of the ARB, that the currently noted value is $19,130.
One second. All in favor?
One
Anyone opposed?
more.
Well, rather than
You want to save it for full time.
I was gonna suggest that we start over on page 1 of the case listing. We start knocking them off again. Just so we
Oh, I
stay in
know mine.
practice.
Oh, you mean review them again? Oh, I get ready.
I do too.
That's your, oh, not me.
I oppose that.
Don't get beaten up on it. We'll close that hearing.
I thought you meant we're gonna mark them off here.
All right, so we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-765. Account number 20793.
Property owner is Michelle D. Ellie, 17 Bayview Loop, Rockport, Texas. Property description is Holiday Beach, Bayview, lot 17. And the reason for protest, incorrect appraised or market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is, there's nothing in the evidence spot there. And the statement of facts or arguments, made an observation in comp, reviewed equity data, see attached. And opinion and value is $12,707. And the hearing type is, I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing, and it's signed by Robert Martin in Aransas County and notarized by Nicole Smith. And this is the information that they have submitted here. This is information about the property itself, the notice value and appraised value $16,470. It gives the same information we just read about the address of the property. There's nothing for a year bill because it's vacant land. And come down, it's comparing the land. The size is the same for 2021 and 22. The market was 8470, and then for 2022 is 16470. Difference is $8,000. And 90 cents a square foot, 90 cents a square foot, and then $1.75 a square foot for 2022. And then go down here below, and then this is showing some sales in the area, and it's showing a sale at $1.40 a square foot on Reno Lane, $1 a square foot on Rustic Oak Lane, $1.72 on Channel View, $1.15 on West Live Oak, 85 cents on West Live Oak, $1.30 on Misty Oak, $1.70 on DeSoto, which is on the east side, $1.70 on West Live Oak. And that's it for the sales. They're showing here, all of these sales are less than the, they also, all of these sales are in the time frame and sold for less than the subject property. And they all are in Holiday Beach, like the subject. All right, let's see what the district says on this property. All right, this is a lot. This is in Holiday Beach, and where this is right up here in kind of this front area, the front section. I'm sorry, not in the front section. This is the Bayview section, and Bayview is, you go down Palmetto Point Road like you're going towards the bay. To the west, it is on the left before you get down there, and the lots do have views from here because all of the area out in front of it is
Wetlands.
it's wetlands out there. Yeah, you can nothing can be done with that land out there. And the sales on here are there's one on West Live Oak here for $2.13 a square foot. There's one on West Live Oak for $1.76 a square foot. There's one on DeSoto for $1.70, one on Charlotte for $1.79. These are two, as I say, these two sales are on the east side. They don't really have a lot to do with this property. And then one on Pompano, which is actually right up near this property. This was $1.80 square foot. So the average of these three sales is $1.83 a foot, compared to the $1.75 market, which that sale and these two sales are the ones that really matter to this one. I mean, these are in the same area. The other two, these two are really disregard that. I mean, that they don't have anything to do with the location of this. All right, and then these are the Bayview Loop. These are properties on Bayview Loop, and they're on a land table there. It has its own, Bayview Loop has its own land table. And these are just showing that these are properties in that area and what they're all on a land table. The Bayview Loop. That's it.
I'm good with the value.
That's where I'm at.
I wish I could find a lot for 16,000.
I'll write a check today.
Forget it.
Case ID 2022-765, account 20793. Addressing market and equity values and providing other things that discussed previously regarding O'Connor. The opinion of the ARB that we currently know the value of $16,470.
All in favor?
Any opposed? That's the end of.
Oh, miserable time.
Paperwork, right?
Yes.
Make it all nice and neat for them.
I'm back in paperwork.
So you can credit. Okay,
Yes.
I think that's lighter.
I think so. I believe she said that there were 13 affidavits.
Okay.
Very good.
Not for fun.
No.
We were done with the honor route. I wrote down on this rest.
So we're now.
Don Meredith. Oh.
I will phone you about.
Okay,
I'm happy for that.
your call. I mean, we got you covered. Yeah.
Phone through.
Let me just double check and make sure that I want
Yeah.
I'll be there. Ooh, how exciting.
9 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah.
We're only there for the morning.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and just dive into a couple more affidavits. One or two. I'm gonna use it real quick.
It may just be one. It's probably just one that we can get through.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's try to.
You
Cut
got
it down a little bit.
Slave driver.
Man. What you signed up for?
That will be.
Get rid of that fine print.
No, I didn't.
I didn't have my glasses on.
Well, and you know, you just need to try it that way.
An actual on your case listing for today. This is our agent from this afternoon. That's gonna be all affidavits.
Oh, and then we have them here.
No, take that.
We have them here.
Want to get rid of O'Connor?
Yes, yes.
They're
you can
they're
burn it
in the
now.
back. You gave us this
Yeah,
one.
okay, man.
This is O'Connor.
So this is just sort of a synopsis of it.
We're just trying to see if we can get one or two done before lunch, that way we can come back and have it.
Oh, we like less.
I figured that. I need to go home.
Yeah.
No.
No?
You don't wanna go home.
Scott, do you wanna give me your O'Connor stuff? I'll get it out of your way.
Is that cut the grass?
Wife's been cutting on morning, so I'll get the status on that.
Oh,
That little rain shower, and then I already know it's greened up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You can water all you want, but the minute the
It's not
rain
the
comes,
same.
it's just. such a
See, we're on
different
reverse
color.
osmosis out there in the marsh, so there's no minerals in the water. It just keeps it alive, and then when the rain comes,
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start, we'll catch up with Kathy's, swearing in.
Okay. We're gonna swear in on all of these.
Yes, we will.
Okay.
So we are opening a series of hearings, which we will announce as we get into each hearing. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we will also verify what's under protest as we announce each hearing. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Excuse me. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members that are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6F as it relates to case ID 2022-1107, 1108, 1109, 1110 through 17, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. That's convenient.
Yeah, sure. I got an often swear in communicate with the person in relation to tax. To account numbers.
This here's a case number.
Case numbers 1107, 1108, 1109, 1110, 1111, 12, 1113, 14, 1115, 1116, 1117.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 14 or 41.66F. Case numbers related to case numbers 2022 1107, 1108, 1109, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, and 1117.
I only can do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with one person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case ID number 2022, 1107, 1108, 1109, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, 1117.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F in reference to case numbers 1107, 1108, 1109, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, and 1117.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Regarding 2022 case numbers 1107, 1108, 1109, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, 1117.
Yes.
Okay, we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2021-1107, count number 12136. Which like it's Lakeland North Condominiums, unit 407, and undivided interest. And under protest.
Market value.
Yeah, with just like Q and Q2.
Well, in the account, it shows 6 and 7 also. I don't know that they addressed those, but
Yeah, and I mean, the only thing we have is the affidavit, so. Yeah. But that's fine. Thank you.
it says Q1, 2, 6, and 7.
Okay, Q1, Q2, Q6, and Q7.
Yes.
On the
The
affidavit.
affidavit.
All right, the property owner's affidavit of evidence, the description of property is Neil O. the third and Marion S. Wade, 1235 Northwood West Suite 205, Houston, Texas. And the property's legal is a Allegro North condominium, unit 407, an undivided interest, 192nd common elements. And property ID number 12136. Being protested is value is over market value and value is unequal with other properties. The evidence is number 1, and the description is an appeal summary. And then here, this statement of owner is for 2022. The property owner's opinion of value is $268,000. Please see attached appeal summary. Subject is older, built in 1977. Thank you for your consideration. And I do not intend to hear if the hearing is checked. And then it is signed by Alyssa Dempsey in Aransas County and Sandy Schecter signed it. And here's the information. There is an equity comp grid. Go through and see what we've got here. It's an equity comp grid, and then there's a picture of where the property is. And then here's a sales comp grid. So equity is first and the sales comp grid, and then showing where those sales are. And okay. All right. So here for equity. So this is showing the subject, and all of these are the 620 South Fulton Beach Road address is in fact the address of the Allegro North condominiums. And so all of these are condominiums. There's number 407, which is our subject condo. And then on this page, there's 809, 908, 807. And the land value is the same for all of them. They're various sizes. 2 of them also are 1178 square feet. One of them, Comp A, is 1102 square feet. And these are 1977 built. And the effective year they're showing is 1977, and these others are showing that they are additional effective years. They're showing that the subject has had no work done to it. And so comparing these segment adjustments, there aren't any adjustments to that. The effective years are showing large adjustments. This one with Comp A, $92,000, and then $48,000 for 1997, Comp B, and $48,000 for Comp C also. And the net adjustments are $83,048 and $48. And when it comes down here, the market value of these is different in them. For the one condo is different, is $347,000, and then when you take their adjustments out, it comes down to $264,000, and then $268,000 for the second one, and $268,000 for the second one. Saying the $268,000 is what it is worth based on their adjustments. Their adjustment appears to be for effective age, saying that these others are newer, have had things done to them, and this condo has had nothing done to it since 1977. Then here, then comes D, E, and F. Here, they're the same as the $48,000 adjustments. They're all the same, they're different condos, different locations within the same unit, and they're all the 1,178 square foot condos, and they're all 1997, and they're showing a $48,000 decrease on them, and showing them to be worth $268,000. And the decrease is based on effective years. That this is an original condo. This condo is original, and these others have had work done to them. And the last one is a condo. It's a smaller condo. G, it's in radio 4. It's a little bit smaller and has an adjustment up for that. And then shows also that it has had some work done, and it reduces it down to $268,000 and change. And so it's saying that $260,000 is their median equities. That's saying that the number, their equity number. And then A is where it is. That's where that condo is located, and all of the condos that they're talking about came from that same location there. Okay, their sales comps. Okay, so they're showing here. They're showing this. This comp A is a Bay House sale, which Bay House is near there, not the same complex, but near there. It is saying that this one sold in 21 for $300,000, and their adjustments to that are they adjusted it at $1,600 for 18 square feet of living area difference, and then $54,000 for the difference in 1977 and 2001 condo, and that gives them $247,000. Is what they adjust out to. This next one is one of the units that sold in Allegro North, unit 905, and it sold for $345,000, and it's the adjustment is there's a small adjustment, $9,000 for square footage, and then $81,000. This one has had some updating done since 1977, and it adjusts out to $273,000. And the next comp is another Bay House comp, and it is 200 square feet bigger, and it takes some off for that, and it's a 2001, so it's been updated from its 1979. It had some updating done, built the same area, but has had work done. It's $359,000 was the sale, and it adjusts out to $274,000. And the last sales comp is comp D. This is on Lauderdale, and this is a Key Allegro condo, and it's a first floor condo there, and its sale price is $335,000. And it's a little bit smaller, so it has an adjustment for that, 100 something square feet smaller. And this one also has been updated since 1973, and it has it's $83,000 adjustment there for a total net adjustment on it. Shows it to be worth $276,000. And then here, this shows where these others are. Comps A and C are over here, and one comp was there within that unit that were within the Allegro North. Two of them were over here in Bay House, and the last one was down here in this area that is Key Allegro condos. And that's their evidence. If we go back and look just to see where we were, they're saying that $268,000 is their opinion, and it's an equity opinion. If that matters. All right, and we'll go here to the district's evidence. And the district's evidence is showing here last year was $227,000, and this year it's $316,000. And district shows that this condo, while built in 1977, has had work done to it. So it is showing it as a 1997 condo, not a 1977 condo. all of the condos in this area were effective year was increased after they were rebuilt following Hurricane Harvey. So this one, like the others, the effective age is not 1977, it's 1997 is our opinion. And they're condos, they're fairly uniform. These are different than these others. I'm not sure where this one is, but they're similar except for these ones out over the water here. And so here are some condos that sold, and here in our sales, the first two are condos in Key Allegro condos that sold. One of them here is a sale from a little bit larger unit that sold $327,000, and it sold here in April of 21, and that comes out when you adjust for the size. It was 1997. It had adjustments or had work done on it, like the subject. It had been updated with the work from the storm, but not beyond that. And so it comes out to be $300,000. The next comp is one that had more work done than that, and its effective year is 2007, and apparently it's had more done to it, is nicer than the others, and so that's been reflected there in the 2007 effective year, and it sold for $328,000. It is smaller than the subject, and is considered newer, has a negative adjustment there, and as it comps out is $334,000 for that unit. The next comp is also a sale in Key Allegro condos, and it is one that is also 1997 effective year. It is a larger condo. It has a reduction for that, and it comes out to $333,000. Final comp, also a sale in Allegro North condos, and it's a larger one also 1997, and it has an adjustment here for the size and a negative adjustment for the size, and it comes up to $370,000. All these together comp out to say it's $303,905 is the what the indicated sales value, which is well supports the $316,000. Equity, this is other condos that are within Allegro North, and these are ones that are the same size, the same effective year, all rebuilt the same, and there are no adjustments because they're all condos in the same complex. All four of those are condos in the same complex that are the same size, same effective year, all the same. That's it.
I think you all support it. Sales values are over 33 miles drive, and equity is capital is. Hard to tell which one of these located this.
Yeah, I know.
Some have applications and other, but we don't.
I'm trying to figure out why their equity grid.
Is so much lower, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I saw the effective age.
they consider it to still be a 1977 condo.
Okay.
And again, that's a difference of opinion with the district. The district believes all of them moved to at least 1997 as the baseline because they're not 1997 condos anymore. And if they had more done to them, like some people elected other things, they have an effective age that's a little better than that, but that's what they were all moved to. So
Yeah, because I was struggling. be honest.
I see that now, because they,
Yeah.
even these ones, yeah, right. So they're claiming that the effective year on this guy is 77. Okay,
Okay, that, I appreciate that clarification. I'm good with this value.
yeah, well,
If I need 2022, there's 1107, 1216. Trusting market equity values. It's the beginning of the ARB that is currently not the value, $316,250.
Second.
all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, I close this hearing. I don't think we do not know what.
Yeah, let's
But,
call it, I'll call it lunch.
Scott, are you gonna be doing this afternoon? too?
I am.
Okay,
God.
We had 10 papers. Yeah, 10 or less, so we can. Let somebody.
Yeah, that's all there's left is
Yeah,
that.
nobody's advocating, nobody knows.
That's what I'm. I think it was scheduled for a lawyer this afternoon. Oh.
So we have.
No, I think it was just scheduled for these this afternoon. There was scheduled for this morning. There was scheduled to be someone else that got rescheduled, or a group of them got rescheduled. These are scheduled for the afternoon, and the idea was like to get these going because some of them could take longer. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it
Let's see.
10 pages is kind of a lot to get through in
Yeah.
that.
Thank you for thinking of it.
Oh, you're welcome. Well, there's some continuity with me doing both. It tends to go just slightly faster.
Yeah,
It's his job.
it doesn't matter.
Sorry.
and Kathy, if you don't make it back, remember tomorrow starts at 9. Yeah.
We have our own.
So do come in just so you can practice 9 o'clock.
Well, Tom's not, no, the noise is bigger, they get only for one time.
I know, but you know.
So
See
Joanne,
you all later.
all right,
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Tom's not home, so you wanna go ahead and.
Sure. I don't say no to food.
And
That's
my
terrible.
housekeeper has already cleaned and watered, so
going for lunch today.
you wanna go to that little market, place on market?
Yeah, the little Mexican restaurant, you know that one? Just down,
It's next to that tire company.
it's just down from Castaway. It's on the opposite side, so on the right hand
Oh,
side.
yeah.
Well, it's a little bitty place, next to the tire repair place.
Yes,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
very nice and clean.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. We're hitting all the high spots.
All the taco places.
All the taco places. I had, here, got it. Is this?
You got money?
Yeah, I have a gift, I found a gift card, I didn't know I had.
Ooh.
No,
I'm gonna turn this off so.
of course, it's in Corpus Christi, but regardless. They make it over there one day. What's the,
If you go over there, there's a restaurant called ATE. It's on. Yeah, it's on Airline.
oh,
Uh,
okay,
and the Cardinal, so it's right behind the mall kind of thing.
okay.
And it's just a wild little place, but if you like avocados, it is the
Oh, I
place.
love that.
Yes,
That's
and
nice
there's
to
one
hear.
avocado per yours. We're gonna put the order on your desk. What's the address? We need to know about the building in the city, what's that? It's okay. I have a good reason. Somehow. I get that feeling. Having my Seven nine zero. 1125. And ask for Carrie. Carrie. So Carrie is on the period.
Have you look? I got the door. Yes.
We talk like that. Better than that. Okay.
It's Taco Bell and it's a mango. And it's really good. But just as you came in, it was freezing part of my mouth.
Oh, that's not fun.
It really is. Oh, you're in luck.
Oh, I grabbed somehow.
What, you might want to do.
Really? You got some-
Nuggets.
Ooh, yeah. Oh. No,
I had a great big thing of them. Some for here and some for home.
we got that, I'll get the front door.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even think about it. I don't think there's anything. Nobody else.
Yeah.
Upgrade it. It's this one. Mhm. With the deed or forbidden use. I think it has to be filed with town clerk. You need that from me? Yeah. I don't know. Our dean's clerk is not here. Hold on there, let me just throw it out and see how much. Al? Okay, he's got a probated deed. But it was probated in Aransas County. And I said he needed to file it at the clerk's office here in the deed records.
We have actually made in mind. The things that have been approved. They wanted to do the copy tomorrow, or not, because of the candidate or something. He wants to, but no promise that we can do it.
Okay, good answer. Okay, here's how it goes. The deed clerk will be here tomorrow. And you can go ahead and email a copy of the probated will, and we will find out tomorrow. No promises, but we'll find out. You can use mine, and that is Barbara K. B-A-R-B-A-R-A-K, just the letter K. At Aransas. Yeah, no, I forgot, okay. AransasCAD.org. Her name is Joseph. You're welcome. Bye now.
I didn't recognize.
Yeah, she always has the very last part.
Yeah. What is it? Um. Picture of your copy of your photo. I guess, nothing, well, maybe we don't need it. What's the address? Now. The name of property. Okay, and that's going to work. And you see the part. Now you're going to want to go to the prayer, that's your story. Oh. Well, if you just reference you. Your ideas, but. So you can skip that part. You just. So you can just as you said, what you had put it in your sister's. Because the tax office would send it to you. That it needs to go to him instead of her. It's already good. Well, good, that would be the best thing, wouldn't it? Yes. Yeah. Oh, my. Are you by any chance the new? Oh. Oh.
Are you in county?
Okay,
Okay, well, I'm right there, either in county or the students. It is. No, that's right. If it's not proper, I would start.
we'll do what we can. Make sure we can test it out.
If I, that is the thing, I'm not sure if that's coming. I would put it that way. Before, but you're welcome.
Good thing nobody's struggling. Put 9 on it.
It's a pirate. I have this. Here, that is, yeah, I didn't know that. I really should. Not to talk about the older or something. So I took it off here. There we go. Yeah, it's amazing my thumb's still there.
Yeah.
We're still looking at small. And it's.
Yeah.
Worst thing possible to make. If you break the leg, you can do a big one.
Yeah. You heard those? You still gonna be hobbling around everywhere? They complain about it.
Yeah, okay, they can play mud.
Yeah, oh my God, they're headache or cold. Yeah, Ron, we're talking about you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
There.
We're back. I know you're excited.
I was getting really.
You were working
Oh,
on this.
good. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thanks, God.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is Kathy planning on coming back?
She might come back later, but she won't to start off with. She had
Yeah,
to
'cause I don't
work.
know if we need to say anything about her not being, because she signed in, she swore in for all these hearings. She's not here for, just when we start, that's just limited.
Yeah.
That's for her files.
Oh, yeah, she signed in, so how do we?
She just swore in, I don't know, I'm just
I know
asking.
that it makes a difference.
I mean, I'll mark it as only 4 of you here.
Yeah,
I mean, so, but. I mean, I don't know that extra people swearing in matter, because from time to time, we would have several of us swear in
sure.
and not, and some of people not saying anything.
Plus, there was another hearing that she swore in for, but she didn't vote. And she abstained from voting.
Yeah.
So, hey, check the balance.
It's fine, I don't, I think it's quite fine.
Okay.
Better check, safe than, be safe than sorry. Is that the way to say it?
Yeah.
What do we do now?
We did nothing.
We thought we had.
Yeah, but last time I did that, I got in trouble for that too, so.
I know. I'm in trouble no matter what.
Exactly.
There's still a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the girl always does. And it was like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they like. What about this? Yeah, yeah. I remember that.
I'm ready whenever you guys are, just tell me when you're ready to start.
Okay.
No, I mean.
You ready? Okay, we're ready. to begin. Look at me. It seems to make a difference. I think. Okay, we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1108, account number 13483, which is 2203 Bay House in Rockport.
All right, I will read the property owner's affidavit. Evidence in the record. The property owner is Michelle Cummins, 1235 North Loop West 205, Houston, Texas. The property description is Bay House condominiums, unit number 2303 and 118th interest in common elements. And the appraisal district,
I'll get it.
1333. Reasons for being protest is values over market value and values unequal compared with other properties. And the evidence is one appeal package, 7 pages. And the statement of the owner is for 2022, the property owner is asking the appraisal review board to lower the property to 261,840. Please see attached appeal summary. Condo has had numerous issues after work done from Hurricane Harvey, including roof issues that cause leaks and other incorrectly installed items such as sliding glass doors, etc. Thank you. I do not intend to appear at the hearing. And it's signed, Alyssa Dempsey in Aransas County, Texas, and notarized by Sandy D. Scheckschneider. I'll get that right one.
You did. That's a
Okay.
Louisiana name,
Um,
Schneider.
All right, so this looks like it's gonna follow the same format. This one's the sales comp grid is first. And it's showing here sales, this is Bay House and this is a condo in Bay House, and we're comparing it here first to a condo in Oak Bay in the Country Club and Forest Hills, which is also in the Country Club, and one that is in Bay House. There's the first three we're comparing to. So the first one, the one in the Country Club, it's comparing out and saying that it's someone sold for 150,000, and its land value is a little bit different. It's adding that, and it's a little bit larger, so it's taking some away. And the effective years are different, and it's saying there's a net adjustment of 35,000, and compared to its sale price of 150,000, saying it's worth 185 compared to Bay House. This other one on Forest Hills is sold for 170,000, and it is the land is only worth 12,000, so it's a $60,000 adjustment on the land, and then it is smaller, so there's an adjustment for that, and effective year is different, and so it's adding 68,000 and saying it's worth 238,000. And then there's one here in Bay House, sold in 2021, sold for $300,000, and the land's the same. It's a little bit smaller, so it's adding some then. And this one has an effective year of 2001, so that's different. So they're adding $45,000 for that. And I'm sorry, they're subtracting $45,000 for that. And then they're saying that one is worth 261,000, and that happens to be their median value also. And then they have two others, and these are also in Bay House. And so the Bay House here, we are this one is sold for $359,000, and it is a little larger, so they take a little bit away from that. It's has a little bit more effective age, and so they take away some for that. And their value is 290,000 in that case. The next one is also Bay House, and this one is a 2022 sale, $380,000 for one in Bay House, 2412. Just a different unit, not the same as that, but still in Bay House, which is good. It's a little larger, take some away for that. It's has a little more effective age, take away some for that. And it's comping out to 294,993. And then they're showing here, this is where their comps are. There's those three and that, and these other two are over here in the club. Here, this is the equity grid, and this equity is saying that this Bay House condo here, they're just saying it's exactly like it, and it's $188,000. This probably is maybe a damaged unit. I don't know. That's surprising that it would be that low, but it's $188,000 is what they're saying it is with no adjustments. This one they're also showing with no adjustments here. This 2104 Bay House, and it's 275,000. And this one also with no adjustments here is 293,000. And as we go down here more, there are more. And here's another one, no adjustments, 293,000. There's another one, no adjustments, 293,000. And here's another one, no adjustments, 292,000. And then up here, G, it's another one that has unadjusted is 293,000. And just to look at this is that one, this one's in unit in building 23. This one is in building 21, building 21, building 21, and building 21. All those are 293,000 in building 21. All of these are in building 21 except for this one. That none of them are in, none of the equity comps are in they're not in building 23. So that is it. Let's see if there's a picture here. It's just showing where they are. So the subject is here in this building. One comp is in this building and all the rest of their comps are in this building, not on Coon Lake. And that's their evidence. I guess for cross-examination, I would say that there is likely a difference in the value of a condo that is here in this unit that faces onto Canoe Lake than ones that face into this interior canal. That would be the district's opinion, but they're probably, this is probably probably a better location than that is. And that's probably why they're different in price. All right, let's see the district's evidence. All right, so this is valued at 298,910. Last year it was valued at 301,470. It's just depreciation. It's decreased in value a little bit from depreciation. There's a picto of it. We see it's out here on looking onto Canoe Lake. These nice homes over in Harbor Oaks. And here, the sales. So here's the sale. Oh, one thing to note also is that their effective age that they used was 1981, and the effective age that we believe the condo is 2001. And so there's a little bit of the difference. And so here, 2106 Bay House sold for $322,000, and it is the same size, and it is the same effective age, and has a little bit of differences in the covered decks and so forth. So for a $300 adjustment, and says that it's $323,000 based on sales. The second one is number 2505, sold for $303,000 in October of 21. That other sale was in February of 22, by the way. This one is in October 21, and it's a little bit smaller condo, and it's the same effective age. And you see down here, like with the size, has adjustments back and forth because of having the upstairs, no upstairs, and this one has a larger downstairs, so it swaps in and out some value, and says that this one would be because the subject is larger, it would add ultimately a little bit to it, $3,000, the subject being larger, and saying it's worth $306,000. These other two sales, 2511 and 2501, 304 and 305 respectively. One is the beginning of 2021, and one is September 2021. And they bracket the subject. One is a little bit smaller, one is a little bit larger. And they indicate one indicates a little bit less value, one indicates a little bit more value based on just the size being different and the sales being about the same, which is kind of what you would expect. Altogether, produces a median sales comparative value of $309,722, which well supports the $298,910 on property. On the equity side, this is going to be comps that are similar as possible to the subject. And here is one that is 2304 Bay House, which is in the same unit right next door to it, that is the exact same size. This one, however, has more effective years, that it has been apparently really updated more. And there's a reduction in it because of that. It's valued at 329 versus 298 for the subject. And so altogether, it's saying that the value would be 310 on it based on that because of its difference in years. The next one is also in that same unit, and it is a larger unit with the same effective years. It's taking off some value for that. It's saying that it's 306 is the value of it based on that comp. And then there are two more. There's 1503 and 1604 Bay House. These are ones that are the same size units, but in different buildings. In building 15 and 16. So we compared two units. They're in the same building, different. One's the same size and one's different. And these two are same effective years, same exact size, and just in a different location in the building, or in within Bay House. And one says that the value is 302, and the other says the value is 311 for that. So altogether, the median equity value is $308,000 according to the district, and so it well supports the 298 that's on the subject property. That's all.
Yeah, I'm okay. That I guess question is, I mean, just 120. Why were there adjustments made in comp 3 and 4 for that matter?
In comp 3 and 4 is the adjustments are different sizes of the decks and the decks on them. Like see that down here PVC is a deck.
Yeah.
It's a different deck. It's because it's in, there is a different neighborhood on each of these units. Like you see up here, neighborhood S702-2300.
Okay, so you're assigning, you would use different starting values.
So there would be a little bit difference. That's why these are essentially the exact same units, but there is a little bit of difference on them because of that location, and you can see why they start off at a different spot, and it's because they're the location they're in is better or worse based on previous sales.
I'm okay with this value.
I don't see any.
Okay. Who's gonna do motions today? You want to do it, Peggy?
Yeah, I'll do it. Oh, okay, thank you. I move that, the ARB, after we have, seen the presentation from the district and the affidavit, and addressed Q1 and 2 on the affidavit, that, the value remained the same at $298,910.
Okay, go ahead and identify the.
Oh, I'm sorry, and it's a case number 2022-1108, account number 13483. Excuse me,
Q1, Q2, I'll second.
I addressed Q1 and Q2 earlier.
Okay, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that session, that hearing rather.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, good, thank you.
Commence the hearing on case ID 2022-1109, account number 14345. 602 Banty Lane in Aransas Pass.
Excuse me.
All right. I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence. Description of the owner and property is Polson Capital LLC, 1235 North Loop West, Suite 205, Houston, Texas. The property legal description is Burton Danforth, Block 217, Lot 22 acres, 5.00, property 14345, residential. The action being protested is value is over market value and value is unequal compared with other property. The evidence is one map of subject, pages 1. And then there's the statement of owner. The property owner's opinion of value for 2022 is the 2021 value of 31,880. Thank you. And then this says, I do not intend to appear at the hearing. And it was signed in Aransas County by Alyssa Dempsey and notarized by Sandy D. Checkschneider. This is a picture of where the subject is, it's drawing, and it shows the subject outlined in blue, and then it shows there are 4 properties in yellow highlighted across the street from it. I'm sorry, behind it actually. This one is on Banty, and Adolfo is behind it, and these 4 are on Adolfo that are highlighted, but they're subject 5 acres being valued at 10,000 an acre. Also 5 acre properties next to the subject. These ones are being valued at 7,500 an acre on this different road. So that's their point, is that those are valued at a different value per acre on Adolfo Road versus being the ones on Banty Road. So, all right, so we will look at the district's evidence.
Is that per acre or per foot?
It's going to be per acre, 7,500, 75. Well, it says per foot. They're saying 7,500 per foot, but I think they probably mean 7,500 per acre, because they were talking about this one being 10,000 an acre, but it's not. We'll see. We'll see what they're saying. This one says valued at 10,000 an acre. 5 acres is what they're saying there on the subject. But these are saying are being valued at 7,500 an acre. And so, all right. And so the subject is valued, last year was valued at 31,880, and it's $50,000 this year is what it's valued at. And you can see here, the property card, it's 5 acres at $10,000 an acre, $50,000. And there is the property there that's in Pictou. You can see where it is. There's other properties around it, and then there's others that are behind it that are similar. All right, so sales here. This property. This tends to show it on. This shows it on a square foot basis. So we're going to kind of convert to that for a moment and look at Haley Road, a 5 acre property sold for $78,300, 36 cents a square foot. 618 Banty Lane, which is just a few properties down from the subject. 5 acres sold for $70,000, and that's 32 cents a square foot, which happens to be the median. And then Adolfo Road sold for $35,000, 16 cents a foot. And Walker Road sold for $93,500, which is 43 cents per foot. And those all rolled up turns into 32 cents a square foot, which well supports the 23 cents a square foot that we have on the subject. For equity, we're comparing to other like properties, which would be properties on Banty that are 5 acres ideally, and here are 2. One is 618, which I believe we just saw was a sale up here. 618 Banty was a sale, And it's likely what caused the increase. And we didn't get to the sale. We only have $50,000 on it. And so then there's 603 Banty, also 5 acres, that's $50,000. And then here is Banty again, and it's 5 acres and it's $50,000. And that is it.
So let's look at the peek at the ones you referred to, one of them.
All right.
14336. 335 looks like it might be a good thing, part of the partners.
So the Adolfo lane table there is well, I can show it to you. This is Adolfo, and Adolfo is showing this on here to be for 5 acres is $7,500, because that's what it is if you're on Adolfo. This property happens to be on. So I would imagine that what they're saying is true, that the rest of them are all the same.
The same.
I mean, it would. I don't think it's necessary to look at all of them, but I mean, I'll stipulate that sure those are all that, but they're on Adolfo and this one is on Banty.
So what would make Banty more than Adolfo?
People paying
Paying that.
$70,000 for one of the properties a few doors down from, or a few properties down from the subject.
All right, next door.
Or next, yeah, right.
The
Close.
roads don't look any different.
Yeah, they're not, I mean, these places are not, they're not necessarily that different. I don't know whether there's a pavement issue. Well, they're both paved roads there, but people don't necessarily value them, and it's not something specific about these properties. Somebody's working on this. This looks odd, whatever's happening here back. I don't know what that is, but
Almost ditch.
yeah, it looks like an easement of some sort or a drainage thing, or I don't even know. But here, I mean, looking at these are, you know, that's how we value this road at $10,000, and we value this road at $7,500 an acre.
And you
So,
can tell the difference, yeah.
so, yeah, that's
I think
how we.
What do you think, Scott? You're thinking real hard over there.
Yeah, well. Yeah, it's tough to justify, that kind of change, living right just on, in the cusp of a land table change.
Was this whole area based or are we running into those two lots being in separate groups?
Well, the ones on Banty look like that land table has 5 acres at 10,000, and the ones
Adolfo.
on Adolfo have it at 7,500.
Yeah. Is it the road?
Yeah, I mean,
It's sales is why we do,
It's
why we
sales.
make changes, and
Right, we're just
And-
wondering why people would choose one over the other.
Maybe the others weren't for sale.
Oh, that's true too.
But you have a comp on Adolfo for,
yeah, well, that kind of
yeah.
supports why they didn't increase it, right? Because it's considerably lower, I say, it is lower.
Mhm.
Where's Haley Road?
Haley is,
That was one of your other comments.
yeah, it's,
Nearby?
it's not that near.
Okay.
It's further away.
Yeah, that was the first copy.
Leaves there. It's. The subject is right here.
That's pretty
And
full.
it's right here. Well, getting acreage sales, 5 acre land sales, it's
You have to look
finding,
for,
looking.
yeah.
Because there aren't that many pieces in sale, but that's, getting acreage sales, that's that, and that's, you know, arguably.
Is this in the city or is it in the county still?
These are all in the county.
They're all.
So I actually would be in favor of using the different land table value. They tried to suggest going back to last year's value, but using the 7,500 would make it 37.5.
Yeah. I would be okay with that.
Okay, Joanne?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll do 37.
we'll do 37.5.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything we need to address on Q6 or 7 on that?
They didn't present anything, did they?
No, it's on the sheet.
Yeah, but it's not on the,
Where do you come from? Exemption time.
it's not on the affidavit.
Yeah, we don't have the protest form.
It's Q1, Q2, Q6, and Q7.
Q6 exemption denied or modified. They didn't present any evidence
Yeah,
for
so I think-
either of those, so I don't think that. It just mentioned that
Oh,
there was no
the-
evidence
Yeah,
provided for those two.
that's what we did the other day.
Okay, you ready? Okay. I move that regarding case ID number 2022-1109, account number 14345, after presentation from the district and the protester, and after we address Q1, Q2, the value be changed to 37,500. Q6 and Q7 were not addressed in any evidence presented by the protester.
You
I
second?
second it.
Okay. So, I'm like a mouse. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, 37.5. That closes this hearing.
Next,
Excuse me. We'll commence the hearing on case ID 2022-1110. Account number 25185, which is 31 Blue Heron in Rockport.
it's Q1, Q2, 6, and 7. Yep.
45 or 85?
85,
85.
25, 185.
All right. Property owner's affidavit of evidence, I'll read it into the record. All right, this is, the property owner's name is Pamela K. Schindledecker. And it's 1235 North Loop West Suite 205, Houston, Texas. And the legal description is Key Lake Road, unit number 5, block 18, lot 16. Property ID number 25185, residential. Action being protested is value is over market value, and value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one appeal summary, 9 pages. The statement of owner is for 2022. The property's owner's opinion of value is $796,212. Please see attached appeal summary. Thank you for your consideration. And it is signed by Alyssa Dempsey in Aransas County, notarized by Sandy D. Checkschneider. And we're looking at sales comp grid first. And so we are comparing.
This is our Key Allegro, right?
Yes, this is
Yes.
okay. We're comparing
I-
31 Blue Heron, a 6ST house, and our comps A, B, and C are Rattlesnake Point Road, Allen M. Parks, and Speckled Trout. And the classes of these are, one is well, it's a 6ST minus is the subject, and the classes are 5S14 plus, which is a single wide, and 4SS and 5MV. And there's no class adjustment for these. And then the living area, 3449 for the subject, 728 for the for comp A, and there's a large adjustment, $140,000 added to that. And then 896 square feet for comp B, also a large adjustment for that, 171,000. And the next one is 1,765 square feet, giving it a $118,000 adjustment. The land value also has large adjustments. The land value of the subject is 496,000. Land value of A, B, and C respectively is 64,490, 45,000, and 93,460. Each one of those having a greater than $400,000 adjustment. Effective years, 1982, 2012, 2007, and 2014, all having larger adjustments there. So the net adjustment for each of the three is 535,000 for A, 591,000 for B, and 43,000 for C. Sales prices of them are the Rattlesnake Point Road sold for 185,000, Allen Parks for 169,000, and Speckled Trout for 336,000. Giving us values, adjusted values of 720,000, 760,000, and $779,000. And the median sales value is 796,000. You must have some others that are going to raise that. Okay, now the next three. Let's see. We've got 4 more. D, E, and F are Fulton Beach Road, Lakeshore Drive, and Luau. So Fulton Beach Road, $1 million sale. Lakeshore Drive is a $380,000 sale, and Luau Lane is $965,000 sale. And so here, the $1 million sale adjusts out with it's a larger home, and its lot is worth more, and it's newer home, and it adjusts out to $796,000 for that property. The Lakeshore property is a smaller home, half the size, on a much less valuable lot, and it adjusts out to $800,000. And the Luau Lane home is on a less valuable lot, and it is a similar class home, and it is 2,000 square feet larger. So it has an adjustment for that, and it is a fairly new home. It's 2020 compared to 1982 for the subject. And it comes out to $815,000 from $965,000 based on those changes.
That's pretty generous for the age adjustment.
I'm just seeing, I'm just trying to see how it works out.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay, the last comp G, last of the sales comp is Coconut Cove Road, sold for $440,000. And it's on $141,000 lot, so there's a sizable adjustment there. It's a 5FB home, which is not adjusted. It is a smaller home. There's an adjustment for that, a large adjustment for that. It is a newer home, and there's an adjustment for that. And it comes out and says that that's $910,000 when compared. All of those together, the median sales value is $796,000 given that. And their number they're looking for is $796,212. So apparently it is on the sales. They're looking at it based on sales, but we still need to go look at equity too. Okay, so the subject is here, and one of their comps was here also in PLI Grove. One of them was on Fulton Beach Road, and 5 of them are out here in Coconut Cove. All right,
And this one is in Keel Lake.
this one's
Yeah.
here in Keel Lake Road, right here. Yeah, their sales comps, they sales are selected 5 out here in this area, 1 here and 1 here. Okay, so for equity, these first 3, they're all in. Let's go. I'm going to fast forward and just go. Gosh, they're all the way to J in comps. Here are their equity comps. They all are pretty close here in Keel Lake Grove. So equity wise, it's looks better.
looking better than say.
Okay, so here, here for equity, let me back up here, their comps, they're all close out. They're all close in area. The classes are not adjusted, but there's a class 7 house, a class 5 house, and a class 4 house. And then these are class 5, 5, and 5, and class 6 BV, 6, there's 3 6s, 2 6STs actually in here, so that they're close. And the last one is 6ST minus also. So those have good comparison, are very comparable class wise. Square footage wise, the square footage is looking pretty close. It's 3449 for the subject, then 3442, 2852, 3185, 2645, 2217, 2990, 3015, 4199, 3084, 2986. All of those have an adjustment for those. And then effective age. There are land adjustments in all of these also. And effective age, 2020, 2021. This is a new. This first one is a new house being built. This is a 2021 house. So there's an adjustment for that. And then a 1974 house, adjustment for that, 1972, 1990, 1978, 2004, 1995, 1995, 1986, and the last one is 1978. All of these comp out to the individually 625, 739, 743, 785, 790, 836, 864, 888, 889, and 895 to a median equity value of 813,283. So, and I'm gonna cross this a little bit, just saying that I don't think the sales, only one of the sales appears to be anything in the area that's even,
Is that luau?
yeah,
Okay.
that's luau. That one seems to be the only one that is even close, and it's 2,000 square feet larger, and it's a fairly new home. I don't know anything about it, but okay. And then these others, you know, Allen Parks is not the same thing, and it's over $169,000. It doesn't seem comparable.
In the location.
And location wise, so I would question that, and then down here, and I would question here, comp A here, that the land value on it is this large, and it's a 2021, and it's only taking $82,000 off for this, and it's, I would question if this is even a complete home. I don't know that this is a complete home,
Right.
but that it's only worth $1 million, and it's a 2021 home, and the land is $800,000. That just doesn't seem right, and it's a class 7 home, so that just seems unusual to me. So I don't know. I mean, and then there's nothing adjusted for the class on any of these. So, and all right, so I'm going to go into the district's evidence and see what. Last year was $770,000. There were neighborhood adjustments in the Allegro. This year it's $922,000. Nothing unusual was done. One thing is that there have been a little bit of changes to it. The district sees this as not as a 1982 house, but a 1992 house. It is still depreciated, but not as much. So 10 years is some difference. That's probably like a roof and some repairs, things were done. I mean, that's happens to homes there. And there's 135% adjustment here. That's what happened last year, moving from the previous year's adjustment to this year for the neighborhood. This is where this property is, on a wide canal area there in the Allegro. And here we're going to compare this one out to other sales on Blue Heron. These are sales that are on the same road as this place. This one is 7SP, and it's 300 square foot larger, and it's considerably newer than the 1992 effective years. With all of these adjustments, it's on a better lot. With all these adjustments, it comes out to $1,052,000. This next comp here, this is a better sales comp. It was early in 2021, the sale of $1,040,000 on the property. The lot is only $39,000 different in value. It's a 6 SP also, like the subject. It is only 300 square feet smaller. It was also built in the 80s, but it has had more work done to it, and so its effective age is greater. And it comes out to $973,000 for that home. The third sale, also on Blue Heron, pretty close to the subject, was a class 6 home, also 3,000 square foot, also 400 square foot different. So for $1.5 million. And it's a newer home, 2016, built or not built in 76, but it's had work done to it. And it comes out to $1.3 million. And that's the sales comps. Equity comps. These are going to be comps of things that are also in the area. These happen to be on first two on the same road, one very near to it. They are all these are the exact same class, 6 SP minuses. The living area is pretty similar, 300 square foot different, a little bit less than 300 square foot different on both of them, less than 10% different. And the effective ages, this one built in 82, effective of 92, this one built in 83, effective of 93, this one built in 86, effective of 91. So pretty similar there. They comp out to 913 and 897 for those two. The next two, one is on Finisterre, which does have a substantial negative land adjustment because the land is better over there. It's a better piece of land. But these are both also 6 ST minuses. They also are really close on the square footage. And this one is really close on the effective age. It comes out to $933,000. This one here is a little newer, but it's the effective age is a little bit newer, but it's the land is kind of similar, a little less good, and but the size is within 50 square feet, and it comes out to $1 million on that. And that's the district's evidence.
In the be true statement to say that the increase is tied into the neighborhood adjustment.
Yes. It would.
And the equity is higher. So I guess I'm okay with this value. Based on what been presented.
Yeah.
Especially with the sales that have taken place on the street of equity on the street, so.
I find their evidence not compelling at all.
Exactly.
Oh, no, yeah.
Not even close.
Especially where the
It
council
was a little
meetings.
shoddy to do the sales things the way they did, and then it's almost like they're trying to pull it over on you by not reflecting the age.
I don't think a lot of people don't think we know the area.
They know.
They,
Well,
I think they know we know, they just don't.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the other option, yeah.
This was done by an agent, right? Anyway, so I'm.
Okay, we're okay, okay. Okay, so I am going to make a motion that, I move that regarding case ID number 2022-1110, account number 25185, after evidence presented by the district and the protester, that the value of $922,370 remains the same. We've addressed Q1 and Q2, and no evidence was presented on Q6 or 7.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes this hearing. Community hearing on case ID 2022-1111, account number 25198, which is 3 Kingfisher. That's also cute. Or is that a condo?
It's we'll see.
Yeah.
Kind of, maybe, yeah,
It's a house.
is it a house?
I see how
Oh, it should, yeah, it's just the way it looks.
Yeah.
Interesting for
All right. Property owner's affidavit of evidence, description of owner and property. This is Carlos E. and Juan's S. Bonat. 1235 North Loop West Suite 205, Houston, Texas. Kia Allegro unit number 5, block 19, lot 2. Appraisal district count number 25198. It's residential. Action being protested, value is over market value, value is unequal compared with other properties. Evidence, 1 is closing statement, pages 2. 2 is description appeal package 13. And statement of owner for 2022, the property owner is asking the appraisal review board to lower the value to $851,000. Please see attached closing statement. We purchased the home in June of 2020. Thank you for consideration. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing. Signed Alyssa Dempsey, Aransas County, and notarized by Sandy D. Sectionator, and notarized by her. And this is the Chicago Title Company. This is the final master statement for this property, 3 Kingfisher. And it's saying that the sale price of the property was $850,000 in June of 2020. There's all the other parts that went into that, but that was for whatever condition it sold in 2020. All right, their equity comps here. Let's see, there are all the way to X, however many that is, of equity comps. They're all over there. And then there are sales comps, and I think it looks like it's our same Rattlesnake Point Road and so forth. There's comps there. Oh, they do. There are some in here. There are all the way to I of those comps. There are some out here. 3 of them are out there, and there are a few here. And there's one in Lamar.
Yeah, Curlew and Bibbin.
Yeah, so there's some that. Okay, so that's where we are, and we're going to go through these. I'm not going to go through, since they're through X, that many of them. I'm going to go through them a little more abbreviated, and just say that there are differences in classes of these properties that those are unadjusted. They have adjusted the land value for the land value of the Kingfisher property. The comps are adjusted for that. The comps are also adjusted based on the effective year that the subject 1982 effective year, and each of these is adjusted for that. And these are equity. We're doing equity. They're doing equity first, and for equity, these are not sales. These are other properties in the area. And the first one is indicating this is a home, an older home on Curlew, and it adjusts out to, it is a house about the same size. It adjusts out to $797,000. The home on Bimini, a lower class home, about the same square footage. That is a newer home, adjusts out to $824,000. A little bit lower class home that is 700 square feet smaller, and a few years older, 5 years older, 4 years older, adjusts out to $836,000. Here, this home on Catalina is class lower and 600 square feet smaller, about the same age. It goes to $861,000. 61 Curlew is a class lower, 300 square feet smaller, and about 12 years newer. Comes out to $864,000. 17 Bimini, that is a class lower, and only about 100 square foot larger, and 17 years newer, comps out to $870,000. G, which is 32 Curlew, it's a class lower, and it's 9 square feet smaller only, and it is 22 years newer, comes out to $875,000. And here on Albatross, on Albatross is half class small, less good, half class lower, and about the same square footage. 6 years newer, comes out to 880,000. 20 Bimini, that is a class lower and 150 square feet larger, and 10 years newer. It comes out to 882,000. And J on Blue Heron, it's a half class lower, and it's 400 square feet smaller, and 13 years newer, comes out to 890,000. K is on Blue Heron, and it's a half class lower, 300 square feet smaller, and 17 years newer, and it comes out to $891,000. Comp L is on Bimini. It is a half class lower, about the same square footage, the same effective year, comes out to $895,000. Comp M is on Curlew. It's half class lower, and it is 200 square feet larger, and about 20 years newer, and it comes out to $896,000. Comp N, some Blue Heron. It is a little bit smaller, 2 years less. 2 years older, and comes out to $902,000. Comp O on Curlew is 8 years older, and 100 square feet smaller, half class lower, comes out to $908,000. Comp P is on Curlew. It is the same class, 200 square feet greater. It is a nearly new house. It is 40 years, almost 40 years newer, comes out to $923,000. And Comp Q on Blue Heron is half class lower, about the same square footage, 4 years newer, comes out to $930,000. Comp R on Aloha is same class, 400 square feet smaller, and 2 years newer, comes out to $934,000. Comp S on Kingfisher, same street, is half class better, and it is 290 square foot larger, 2 years newer, and it comes out to $952,000. T, Sandpiper, is same class, and it's 50 square feet smaller, 14 years newer, comes out to $961,000. Comp U on Spoonbill, same class, 279 square foot larger, same year, comes out to $978,000. Comp V, Curlew is half class lower and few square feet smaller, two effective years newer, and comes out to 989,000. Comp W on Bahama is 6ST, and it's 10 years older, and it comes out to 1,015,000. Comp X on Laguna is same class, and it is 487 square feet larger and 4 effective years newer. Comes out to $1,037,000. And all of those together, unadjusted class and, but all these other things with the adjustments for square footage and so forth, on this effective year and effective year adjustments, come out to $896,084, on the number that they're looking for, which is
851.
851.
That was based on.
Oh, that based on their.
That was what they paid.
Yeah, in 2020.
Yeah. Okay, and so their equity is saying that it's more than what they paid on their equity, and it's all of these equity comps there. It's that area. All right, and so now the sales comps here we have. There's where they are, and there are up to I of sales comps. All right, so our sales comps that we have are Rattlesnake Point Road was sold for $185,000. It has a $500,000 land adjustment, and it has no adjustment on the 5S mobile home on the property, and then it's several hundred square feet larger. The subject is, so there's an adjustment there, and it's 30 years newer, and so there's an adjustment there that comes out to be $766,000. The pump B is on speckled trout, so for $336,000. It has a 5 MV home on it. It's a $90,000 lot. It's $472,000 adjustment on the lot. It comes out to $817,000. Pump C on Lake Shore sold for $380,000, and it has a 5 FB on it, and it comes out to $838,000. By the way, these all, when we get through all the rest of them, it comes out to $865,258. And so here, Pump D, it's on Fulton Beach Road, sold for $1,090,000, and it's a twice as large of a home with a similar value lot, valued at the effective year 2000 versus 1982. Comes out to $844,000. Luau Lane, similar class, half as good a lot. Almost twice the square footage, and it comes out to $865,000. Curlew sold for $695,000. It's a class lower home, and it's 1,000 square feet smaller, and it's a little bit newer, and it comes out to $950,000. Comp G on Magnolia, 59 Magnolia Street. That's in Neptune Harbor.
Yeah.
It's sold for $559,000, and it is a class lower. It is 1,200 square feet smaller, and it's 30 years newer. It comes out to $986,000. 11 Pelican sold for $935,000. It's a little bit better class, so 200 square feet smaller, and also 30 years newer. and it comes out to $1,041,000. Pelican, it has it's better, it's a less good lot. It's a class lower, it's 1,000 square feet smaller, a good bit newer, and it comes out to $1,047,000. And all of those comp out to 855, and here's the locations of them. There are three that are in, three of their comps are in Key Allegro. One comp is on Fulton Beach Road. One is in Neptune Harbor and Lamar, and three are in Coconut Cove. And that's their evidence. And I will go to my cross, and my cross is essentially just that. A number of these sales, I mean, some of them are fine. I mean, these Pelican is fine, other Pelican is fine. Magnolia is not really a good sale. I don't think. Curlew is probably fine. I just don't know how they're really adjusted. This Fulton Beach Road, not really the best. And then these three in Coconut Cove don't seem appropriate, and they're the three low ones. So and this is I don't understand this. This is just like a lot of houses with some adjustments in a lots, 20 houses in there. So let's look at the district's evidence and see what the district says. All right, so the last sale price verified, it's $851,000. It was in 2020. We agreed. And last year it was $876,000. A year later, it had gone up from their purchase price and what's happening in the area. This is the house, and it's 6FT. A difference is the district believes that while it was built in 1982, it has had significant work done to it, and it is effective year now 2007, which is kind of a lot different than 1982. So comparing that as a 1982 is I don't know. Do you take that doesn't seem right. So this is where it is.
Well, all their grid.
Yeah, their grids compared it to, said it was a 1982, and that's a far cry from 2007. And the thing is, if it was a 1982 house that had been here through the hurricane and stuff, it wouldn't be functioning. Okay, so here are sales in the area of similar type homes. Here, this one on Albatross, here, 3,000 square footage is really close. The effective years are really close. Class is better, and on the sale, the class is better, and it's adjusted for significantly, $200,000. The lot's better too, and it's adjusted for. And that sale brings it down, this $1.3 million sale down to $1 million, for those, mainly those two items. Whooping Crane, the next sale, and it was $935,000. It's a 5SS plus, so not as good, almost class lower sale, and the square footage is like right on top of it. They're not as good a lot, but the effective years are pretty similar, 2005. So it comes out to $1,122,000. And then we get here on Blue Heron, this one sold for $1,140,000, and it's a 6SP plus, similar to the 6SP of the subject. It's 100 square feet larger, and it's 4 effective years different. It comps out a little lower than what the sale was, to $1,091,000. Here against, and it becomes the median value of $1,091,000, which well supports the $1,052,000 market value. And here, this Kingfisher compared to here for equity, one on Blue Heron and one on Bayshore. This is comparing other 6 STs that are almost the same square footage, very close in the square footage, and somewhat close on the effective year. That's kind of hard to get all of those things to come into play, but we're close on most things here. This one here, 1,023,000, it comes out to 971. This one comes out to 1,047,000. And these other two here, Sandpiper and Blue Heron, again, 6ST, 1996 and 2943. And this one gets out a little bit on the square footage is a little higher here, but we're in there with the class, and the lot is quite similar there on Blue Heron. They comp out to equity wise, 1,038,300, which is about that's 20, not quite $20,000 less than what we have on the property. So the district's own evidence indicates that the value is not fully supported in equity and would warrant an adjustment to $1,038,000.
I agree with that. The equity shows 1,038,300. So I
I
think
just go to 38.
38 even. Okay.
Makes it a little easier.
Yes,
It's unfortunate we have to read all that into
right.
the system because those sales counts were just.
Scott, you did a good job.
Thank you.
You did great.
No, it's. Oh, okay, so I'll make a motion. I move that regarding case ID number 2022-1111, account number 25198, after presentation from the district and the protester, it is the opinion of the ARB that the value be dropped to $1,038,000, even 1,038,000. Q1 and Q2 were addressed. Q6 and Q7 was not in evidence.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Good deal. Do you need a break?
There's another one.
Okay, carry on. That closes this hearing. Excuse me, we'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-1112, account number 25246, 16 Blue Heron.
Sorry. That'll wake us up.
Yeah, got my attention. 16 Blue Heron.
Yes.
I don't want to look. Okay, I will read the.
I know. Yeah, in Pocono Code and
Who did we road?
it's run very well. You know, so you kind of read it, you know,
All right, so this is the property owner's affidavit of evidence, and the property owner's name is William and Maria B. Nelson. William S. and Maria B. Nelson, and it's 1235 North Loop West, Suite 205, Houston, Texas. KLA Grove, unit number 5, block 21, lot 29. I'm sorry, lot 19, thank you. 25246 is the PID, and it's residential property. And the action being protested is values over market value, and value is unequal compared to other properties. And the evidence is one appeal package 7, 7 pages. And the statement of owner is for 2022. The property owner is asking the appraisal review board to lower the market value to $849,758. Please see attached appeal summary. Thank you. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing, and it's signed in Aransas County by Alyssa Dempsey and notarized by Sandy Deach. All right, so we're starting off with equity this time. And 1, 2, 3 pages of equity comps, and the equity comps are several of them most of them in Key Allegro, and comp B in somewhere down in Estes Flats. It's one of those like Islands of Rockport or something, I'm guessing. We'll see when we get to that. All right. I'm going to read off some of the differences. I'm going to go ahead and do them individually like I was doing before there. What we're talking about for Blue Heron is 16 Blue Heron and with land value of 534,000 with 7 SP minus 3,200 square feet. And that's effective age of 1983 here and market value of 1,664,610. And there's the median equity value is $849,000 here. Okay, so going to first comp A is 24 Blue Heron, and it's on the same street. It was going to be on the same land table, and it's very similar. Very similar land, $580 difference, not much. Unadjusted class, two full classes lower, but unadjusted. It's 100 square feet different. That is adjusted, and it's 1983, same effective year. So very small adjustment. Just down says that the value is 790,000. Number 20 Blue Heron is comp B, and it is also 2 full classes lower. It is 1,200 square feet smaller adjusted, and it is 6 years older, and that's adjusted $820,000. 22 Sandpiper, it's a much less good lot, $200,000 adjustment there. It is 2 classes poorer unadjusted, the square footage is 700 square feet smaller. There's an adjustment for that, and it is 6 years older, and that adjusts out to $839,000. Next, comp D on Sierra Sound, that's down in Bahia Bay, its lot is it's canal lot. It's less valuable, so there's an upward adjustment, 348,000 there. The 4MV plus, it is almost 3 classes lower adjusted. It is 300 square feet larger adjusted, and it's the same effective year, and so that comes out to $848,000. The 21 Pelican, it is a little bit less good lot. It's 2 classes lower. It is 300 square feet smaller, and it's the same effective age. Up to $849,000. 35 Blue Heron is it's a little bit better lot, and it's 1 class lower. It is 200 square feet smaller, and it's the same effective age, and that comes out to $1,018,000. Comp G is 8 Spoonbill. It is on a little bit better lot, $77,000 adjustment there. And it is a couple classes lower, 1.5 class lower, and it is 200 square feet smaller, same effective year, and it comes out to $954,000. Number 5, Albatross. It is a much better lot, $400,000 better. It's adjusted. It is the same class as the subject, and it is 300 square feet larger. And that all comes out to be 1,106,985 on that one. Number 12 Blue Heron is on this very similar lot, only $1,000 adjustment there. It's a 6 ST plus, which is really close to a 7 ST minus, or pretty close to that. And the square footage is only 100 off, and it's only 2 effective years off. And it is 1,131,448 is the value that it comes up with. Those altogether show 849,758 for the equity value. And there's where they are, we saw before. I'm going to roll down here and see where these are. So these are the sales comps, and the sales comp, 2 of them down here, it looks like one's in City by the Sea, one is in Big Bay, Palm Harbor, possibly. One on Fulton Beach Road, 2 in Key Allegro, and 1 in Holiday Beach. Looks like probably on Newcomb Bend, I'm guessing. All right, so here we'll start off with comp A, sold for $1,090,000. The lots are about equivalent in value. It is twice as big. It is 3,300 square feet larger, and it is 17 years newer, and comes out to $882,000. 8 Luau Lane sold for $965,000 in 2022. Its land is not as good. It's a half class lower, and it is 2,000 square feet larger, and was built in 2020. So it's 30 years different, and it comes out to $850,000. The next one is on Bayview Drive. That's in City by the Sea. So for $1.1 million. The land is a little bit better. It is 200 square feet, 200 square feet larger, sorry, and it is 25 years newer. That comes out to $867,000. Comp D is on Palmetto Point Road, and that's in Holiday Beach, and it sold for $554,000 in April of 21. The land is $400,000 less good. It is 2 classes lower, and it is 500 square feet smaller, and it is 16 years newer. Comes out to $948,000. Comp E is number 11 Pelican. It is on a less good lot, and it's a half class lower, and it's 500 square feet smaller, and it is 27 years newer effective age. Comes out to $1,041,000. And then one on Land's End, which is down in Bahia Bay, and it is sold for $750,000. It is on a $366,000 less good lot. It is a full class lower. It is 600 square feet smaller, and it is 20 years newer. It comes out to $1,057,000. There is the locations of the property. So on my cross, I'll go back to say that there are plenty of sales in Key Allegro. I'm not sure why it would be compared to sales on Fulton Beach Road and Bahia Bay and Holiday Beach and stuff. That doesn't seem comparable. And equity wise, there are a lot of equity wise. I mean, I'm not sure why we would have an equity one down also in Bahia Bay. I don't understand that in this case with these. And also I'm curious to see when we get into property to see the effective year, to see what effective year it is, because that seems to be a quite large adjustment, that there are not equity comps that can come within $300,000 of a home there. So we'll see. So last year, this house was $912,000, and then this year there was a neighborhood change, and so the remarks are here in 2022 that there was, they added years for a new roof, and they added boat lift and changed the dock class perfecto when this was being appraised. That's things that happened to this one. So in addition to the neighborhood, there were a few things done based on what was seen as the appraisal was being done. There's the property there on Blue Heron. And here are the comps. So here's one on Luau. It's sold. It's also a 7 ST minus. It is within 80 square feet of the subject. The subject is 1993 is the effective year that the district has on the subject. It comps out when you make the adjustments to $1,081,000. The second comp is on Blue Heron, 2 doors down from the subject. It is a 7 ST. It's a little bit better home. It's 200 square feet smaller than the home, although over 200 square feet smaller, and a good bit newer effective age, 20 years newer effective age. It sold for $1.5 million, and that comps out to $1.5 million based on all the adjustments. On Blue Heron, also 33 Blue Heron. Sold for $993,000. It is the same class. It is 600 square feet smaller. It is 15 years newer, and the land is very similar there. It's on the same road. It comps out to $1,035,000. Malibu. 6 Malibu sold for $1,610,000. It's the same class. It's a considerably larger home and a little bit newer, and it comps out to $1,310,000. And that's all. Those all together, those comp out to be $1,196,000, and for sales, which well supports the $1,164,000. Equity. These are homes that did not sell, but homes that are similar in ideally size, class, and age. Can't necessarily always get all of those things, but we'll try. So here, this one, the lots are pretty similar, $60,000 adjustment on the lot, which is not that much on a $500,000 lot. The size, it's 50 square foot different on the size, and it's 5 effective years, so very close. That one comes out to $1,189,000. The next one is on Blue Heron, same street as the subject. It's a class lower, but the square footage is very similar, and the effective age is the same. It's $1 million. The class comes out to $1,187,000. Next one's on Blue Heron, and it's the same class. It's a smaller home, but has more effective age, and it comes out to $1,181,000. Another one on Blue Heron. It's a slightly better class, and it's a little bit smaller, 200 square foot smaller, 300 square foot smaller. And it is a newer effective age. It comes out to $1.2 million. And altogether, the median equity value is $1,188,000 for these. And all of these have been adjusted based on the effective age that the district has on it. And the district's effective age, as I was saying, said at the beginning is the effective age was updated based upon, at least the most recent part is for there being a new roof on it, that it had been, maintained and maintaining the effective age so that it's not depreciating. And then these other things that were added, boat lifts in the dock class, just for looking at it and seeing what's there on the property. And the effective age was not adjusted in the protesters' information. That's all.
I can't see any reason to change it if I'm missing something, tell me.
No, I tried to take one of the like, equity comps, there's sales comp, there's two that are close, but because of botching the years, it's close but no cigar. I mean, the closest I got was the equity comp H, which was $1,000,001. Anyway, it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially by yourself.
Yeah.
Well, and they proved it by what we're seeing with it.
I don't see any turn.
Yeah, I'm good with the value there. No, you're back, you take it. Come on, secretary. You want to practice. Okay, I'll do this, you do the next, okay? Okay. I move that regarding case number 2022-1112, account number 25246. After evidence presented by the district and the protester, it is the opinion of the ARB that the value remained the same at $1,164,610. QA and Q2 were addressed. What did I say? Q1 and Q2 were addressed. Q6 and 7 were not. No evidence was presented.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody opposed?
Was that? Okay.
Oh, it's great.
Okay, well,
Now we take a quick little.
now we'll take a break.
Yeah, I've got to get my pad charged.
I bet you Scott. will take
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
break.
take a break.
And there's another one coming, Scott.
Well, actually, triggering.
I look ahead, I'm like, oh, this. So everything turned out okay?
Yeah, they changed medication on going out.
Doing
Changed more on like steroids. Something. So. Pick up a little bit there. Yeah.
irritated.
Oh, man, yeah, no.
But it's something about the eye, just like hurts. I see every nerve ending, that in your toes. Your eyes and your toes.
Oh, does anybody have any good remedy? I have worse Charlie horses. That's my legs.
Water,
I hate them. What?
not enough water.
Not enough water.
People tell me,
That's what my doctor told me.
people tell me, pickle juice.
Pickle juice will help you,
I
yeah.
can't stand it. But
I'm
I know
cool.
people
Conference phone work.
do.
The conference phone works. Working.
Yay.
Yeah, very good, good job.
Yeah, pickle juice are on some Aransas on.
I've heard about that.
The Gatorade zeros,
That's
because they
what
don't have any sugar,
He did pickle juice.
I can down those and look up
You like?
the Gatorade zeros. No, no
Yeah, they
sugar,
don't have sugar.
no sugar.
Dairy has a lot of sugar.
Oh, I don't drink that.
Yeah, I don't drink dairy.
Zero water. Zero water.
Zero, I drink the Gatorade zeros, like.
I drink a lot of water.
I'll tell you, I got it last night. I have this stuff you spray on and rub it in and then that hurt. Some people say, sleep with the bar, like, is there soap in your bed?
I've heard that.
Soap, have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I've heard of it, doesn't work.
It didn't work for me.
I just usually throw on another blanket, which I know this time of year is stupid, but.
Petroleum.
for cramps and for my knees hurt. You know, that should have gone away with surgery, if it's not.
No, cramps.
And he says, well, you've still
I
got
used to get real
arthritis.
bad Charlie horse,
But
but I don't any.
I can get up and walk around and little hair or a little bottom.
There's supposed to be a way to sound your foot that gets rattling.
Yeah, there's all kinds of, you know, theory. Assia, people use. So fun. I tried it, like to take this.
These last few cases, all we've been put together with the same folks.
Yeah.
To me,
And they used to say, Tom, but you've been bothered.
No, when did they even show up?
Fortunately.
They're not gonna make any money on these.
I had a dream last night about a classmate of mine that's deceased. I woke up this morning, I told Thomas. "Hey, he, oh no. Oh no. I'm like, and he's, you know, he said, sometimes you get these dreams and you go, wow, this goes crazy. So, you know, it was crazy. So. A Charlie horse would have been a welcome, you know, dream about her, I'm like, oh my God, Ann, what are you trying to do?
One thing with me with Todd was, most fellows do some everything, but she has to go right.
Oh, yes.
I get up to, you know, put some leg or walk it out, she
She's
has to
with
go
you.
right behind me, and she has to get back in bed and settle down, you know, do it 5 seconds after the labor, and she's well, and all right, go back to bed. It's like, oh, stay, stay.
Well, today's Tom's birthday, so I hid his present yesterday. Woke up about 2 and went to the kitchen and put his apples on the table. And so when he woke up this morning, I was like, what is it for me? I said, really? Did you get
Your godmother.
Yeah.
We're into the kids.
We're getting desperate.
Yeah.
Are we
We're
out?
trying to stay awake. Maybe Scott wants some candy.
I'm good.
He needs that.
Whenever I see one of these.
Are there any cookies left, Scott, that you could go get?
I don't know. No, I'm good. I'm good.
had your limit. Huh?
Yeah.
Auditory, you got the
No.
doctor.
Yeah.
Doctor said, you're supposed to take the foil off. Take the foil off.
That's. Oh,
Oh,
oh, well, should have laughed.
okay. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1113. Count number 25291. Or Albatross.
Oh, thank you.
I'm stuck in the same area for the last time.
Yeah, we are.
I thought I ought to use all the same comments.
Same person put all that together.
Which is a little.
Take them long because they all, they just copied all the.
Mhm.
They must have some kind of program that you push a button and it.
See, but it doesn't know when they were.
Well, and you know, some of I was even wondering if it was the right year because the numbers were so huge.
Oh, goodness.
And I was trying to think if the agent is from, for the company is like Houston or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. No, this is not O'Connor. This is not O'Connor. This is Harding and Carbone.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah, the addresses has been the same for the last.
And, you know, in some places, you might think that 5 miles is not that far.
Right.
But then
You
5
need to
miles
go
out
out.
here, yeah.
5 miles is the base. Not really.
Well, I don't know how you get there. Okay.
Whoa.
4.
Let's do it.
We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So.
Yeah, we got. Oh, God.
Reading as fast as I can.
No, I wasn't criticizing you.
You're a trooper, I tell you,
Yeah.
I would My voice.
Did you guys draw straws for this and the short straw got the?
No, I just told them like it's easier. I mean, there's no reason for two people to be in here.
Yeah,
I
because
can
you'd
do, I
have to
can do
be in
both
here and
parts.
somebody else.
I can do both parts of these.
And they can.
And it's easier for me to read them from this
Yeah.
tradition than it is for me to go up there and read it or read it off of that, because
Oh,
I do what Peggy did, I keep knocking it off the stand when it's happening, so. This is better because I can make it look how I want it to look, so I can see it clear.
Large.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's the better thing.
so you will become the expert on the. This is Helen's no.
Yeah.
Just think how good we're gonna be next year at this stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I'd like to say it's,
We have to read it all and
We do.
I
Do
think,
we?
can it just pick certain numbers and certain highlights and.
They might say we're biased and.
No, I mean, if you
Well-
put in-
No, go ahead, I mean, just start it, I'll read it, go ahead.
go ahead.
You Start
We're
the open
opening.
hearing so I can.
We did.
Oh, we did, okay, oh, yeah, good, I'm ready to go then, sorry. Sorry, I was thinking we were waiting on you. All right, so, the description of the owner and property is Andy Etuck Karina Winter. 1235 Northwest Loop 205, Houston, Texas. The property legal description is Key Allegro Unit 5, Unit number 5, Block 25, Lot 16R. And, it's 25291 is the PID. And it's residential. And the action being protested is values over market value, value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one appeal package, pages 8. And for 2022, this is the statement of the owner. For 2022, the property owner's opinion of value is $1,032,327. Please see attached appeal package. Thank you for your consideration. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing is checked. And it's signed in Aransas County, Texas by Elizabeth Dempsey and notarized by Sandy B. Trexmader. And here, this is the sales comp grid is this 2 pages, 3 pages, and where the sales are here, the subject is here in Key Allegro, and there are 2 here in Key Allegro, 1 on Fulton Beach Road, and 3 in Coconut Cove. Oh, and 1 down here in probably or maybe see the side, see. Oh, yep, see that's it. All right, so go up here and start off and just talk about what the subject is first, and then we'll do the comparison to it. It's for Albatross, and these are sales comps that are going to come up, and the subject is has land value for $544,000. It's a 7 ST class, has 4,614 square feet, and the effective year that they're using is 2000, and the market value is $1,217,630, and the indicated median sales value is $1,032,327. Their comp A is on Lakeshore Drive, and it sold in December of 2021 for $380,000. There is a large land adjustment. The land is not as good there. It's a $415,000 adjustment there. It's 2 classes lower. It is a 5FB. It is 2,900 square feet smaller. That's adjusted, and it is 9 years newer. And that comps out to $975,000. Next comp is in Key Allegro at 17 Luau, sold in March of 2021 for $558,200. And it is 2.5 classes lower. The land is not as good. It's about $200,000 less in land. It is 2,500 square foot smaller home, and it is 1 year different in effective age. It comps out to $980,000. The next comp is on Fulton Beach Road, sold for $1,090,000, and the land is almost the same. It is 2,000 square feet larger home, and effective age is the same, and it comes out to $997,000. Comp D is on Luau, sold for $965,000 in March of 2022, and it's a half class lower home. Its land is a little bit less good, $200,000 less good. It's 900 square feet, 850 square feet larger, and it was built in 2020. So it's a newer home, and those are adjusted out to $1,032,000. There's a comp on Pompano, 308 East Pompano, that's in Coconut Cove, and it sold for $324,900 in January of 2022, and it's 3 classes lower, and it is 3,300 square feet smaller, and it's 14 years newer, and it comps out to $1,040,000. There's 113 Pintail, sold for $349,000. Its land is $466,000 less good. It's 2 classes lower, and it is 3,400 square feet smaller. And it's 15 years newer. Comps out to $1,067,978. Last comp is on Land's End, and that's sold for $703,000. It's 2 classes lower. It's 2,000 square feet smaller and 5 years newer effective age. And it comes out to be $1,206,000, and giving us an average median sales value of $1,032,327. All right, the next, I'm going to just scroll down to see where these are. So these are going to be the equity. These are going to be the equity comps here, and the subject is in Key Allegro. Looks like this one may be in Key Allegro. There's 2 in City by the Sea, 1 in Coconut Cove, 1 on Fulton Beach Road, 1 on 1781, and 1 probably on Palmetto in Holly Beach. All right, so here our equity comps are here. Our first equity comp is on 1781, and its land is 240,000 less good. It's 700 square feet smaller, and its effective age is pretty similar. It's two years newer, and it comes out to $905,000. Then there's also Loop 1781, and the land is better, so it takes off some for the land, and it is almost the same square footage, and was built in 2021, and so it's saying its value is $934,000. And then Comp C here is on La Buena Vida, and its lot is $400,000 less good, and it's 700 square feet smaller, and it was built in 2021, and it comes out to be $987,000. Here there's another one. Comp D is also in La Buena Vida, and it's a half class. It's a class and a half lower, and it's 100 square feet smaller, and it was built in 2008. And it comes out to be $1,054,000. And then there's 402 West Main, and that's going to be in Lamar, and it is that one is sold for. I'm sorry, it's not a sale. It's not a sale, it's just an equity. Its land value is $368,000 less valuable. It's a class lower, and it's 300 square feet larger, and it is 6 years newer. Comes out to $1.122 million, And then there's one on Crescent Drive. And that one, the land is $300,000 less good. It's a class lower. It's 200 square feet smaller. It's 4 years newer. It comes out to be $1.161 million. And there's one more comp that's on Nassau. And it is, its land is $300,000 less good. It's class lower. It's 1,000 square feet smaller, 1 year different effective age. And it comes out to be $1,211,000. All the equity comps together comp out to be $1,054,000. So that's what theirs comp out to be. Their equity comps, I'm not certain, but possibly as far as a cross-examination on that is that I'm not sure whether they these two that are built in 2021, I don't know whether they're complete homes or not. It seems surprising that they would be complete, but they could be. But also, I'm not sure about the effective age, whether the effective age was taken into account on these or not, as has been in some others. And these, the sales comps, they're not in Key Allegro. I don't understand, and equity comps are not in Key Allegro. So I don't know. Let's look at the district. This home we had it as 75% complete for 2022 and also 75% complete for 2021. There's nothing here saying that. Last year it was $1,112,900, and this is the home. We have it at $1,217,000. If you look here, you see it being depreciated. We do have this 2000, so we don't have any effective ages added to it. It just is what it is. The difference on it is that it is not a complete home, and so we'll be adjusting our comps based on that, because apparently it had some damage and it has not been completed. There's the pictometry of the home there. It's in a pretty good area, right backs up to Finisterre there toward the end of Key Allegro, Unit 5. Okay, so Blue Heron right next to Albatross is a sale. This sale, 1.5 million. The land is kind of similar. They're both 7 FT. This one's a smaller home. It is newer effective age. There also is a $141,000 adjustment, negative adjustment for the home, the subject being damaged. And so there's that adjustment in there, and that comes out to 1.5 million. The next one sold for 1.7 million. It's also a 7 ST. The lot is a lot better on Bay Shore. It's a very large lot. There are a very wide lot in that case. And it is a little bit smaller than the subject, and it's considerably newer than the subject from an effective age standpoint. It comes out to, and there's also a $200,000 adjustment for that 25% damage, and it comes out to be $1.068 million. And here there's just a note saying all sales comps are 100% complete and contain an appropriate manual adjustment for the percent complete. Next sales on Malibu, sold for $1.6 million. It's a 7 FT minus. It's about 500 square feet larger. It's a 2005, so 5 years newer. Has $191,000 adjustment for complete. Comes out to 1.286 million. And the last one, sales comp, is on Blue Heron, sold for 1.668 million. And it's a 7SS plus, and it's a good bit smaller and it's a good bit newer. Those things are adjusted out. It comes down to 1.393 million, which altogether indicates a median value supporting the 1.217 million. It's 1.340 million is what it supports. The equity, these are not necessarily sales. These are just other properties that are in and around the subject that are similar to the subject. Here's one on Albatross. Subject is on Albatross. Has a better lot. So it's going to be reduced for the better lot. It is also a 7FP. It is 170 square feet larger, and its effective age is 9 years better. So those things are adjusted out, and as those are, sorry, there also is a $207,000 adjustment for not being complete. The 25% complete is removed from that. So that additional, that's the biggest adjustment in there. And it comes down to 1.288 million. The second one is on Curlew, also a 7SP, just like the subject. It's also 4,600 square feet, just like the subject. It is older though. It's 1986 effective age. And that's adjusted out, plus $188,000 adjustment, minus adjustment for complete, comes to 1.230, two more, one on Kingfisher, one on Blue Heron, and with similar types of adjustments, they go to 1.058, 1.231, giving us 1.231 as our median equity. There's one more that it adjusts out to 1.371 in the similar homes. So these this 1.231 supports the 1.217 million that we have on property. And that's it.
I think it's fine where it is.
Yes.
I don't see anything.
I'm trying, I'm really trying to look at their data and see if I can make it
Well,
work.
you know, their data does not, it's not in the areas which
Well,
are to.
but even thinking,
Even if you take those out,
yeah, exactly.
That doesn't even comprehend them.
what's that?
I mean, I got two of their equity counts, which are close, but since they botched up the class and aren't adjusting class, close makes it worse. So anyway,
Okay, I make a motion on, page 22-1113, account 25291. It's the opinion of the ARB that the noted value of $1,112,900 should stand, and that addresses both market and equity values. Q6 and Q7, there was no evidence presented.
What's the number again, please?
$1,112,900.
No, 1,217,000.
yeah, wrong column. One column over.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong column, okay. All right, 1,217,630.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Close that hearing. We are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1114. Account number 65054, 1724 Sorensen.
See what this.
All different areas.
And it's over by Little Bay.
It's still very short.
Yeah.
All right, so this is property owner's affidavit of evidence. The property owner's name is Marion C.D. Beeler. The mailing address is 1235 North Loop West, Suite 205, Houston, Texas. Little Bay, the property legal description is Little Bay Shores, number 1, block 1, lot 18-R and 20-22. Excuse me. The property ID number is 65054. Property type is residential. The action being protest is value is over market value and value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is 1 field package, pages 8. And for the statement of owner is for 2022, the property owner's opinion of value of $770,232. Please see attached a field package for property. Thank you. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing. Signed by Alyssa Dempsey and Aransas County, notarized by Sandy D. Sectionator, notary. And so here, this is the equity grid is first, and there are through letter I of equity comps, and the subject is here is at the the tip end of Little Bay Shores, and it looks like these comps are throughout Little Bay Shores back towards the highway, and some of them down, a couple of them down near the near Little Bay. All right, we'll start off here and tell you about this for equity here. We're talking about 1724 Sorensen, and is the property ID of the subject, or is the property address of the subject. Land value 433,000. It's a 5 MB plus, 2,600 square feet. Effective year 2001, and market value is $908,000. Comp A, the equity comp A is their land value is $48,000. So a $384,000 adjustment for land. It's 600 square feet smaller, and the effective age is within 1 year. It's producing a value of $710,000. There's 1705 Bay Shores, and that property is $154,000 land value, so $278,000 adjustment there. It is a class lower. There was no class. There's no class on the comp A for some reason. It's a class lower on comp B, and it is 1,000 square feet smaller, and it is 3 years older, and it comes out to $712,000. Then there's 1904 Percival. It is a $50,000 lot, and so it takes a $383,000 land adjustment, and it's a class lower, and it's 200 square feet larger, and it is 1967 effective year, so it has a pretty large effective year adjustment, and it produces a value of $738,000. Comp D is 1605 Bay Shores, and it has a $240,000 land producing a $193,000 adjustment. It's 200 square feet larger, and it's 20 years older, and it adjusts up to $767,000. 1607 Sorensen is $374,000 adjustment on the land. It is 300 square feet smaller, and it is it's 8 years older, and just up to $770,000. 1812 Picton is $378,000 adjustment on the land, and it is a half class lower, and it is 1,100 square feet smaller, and 4 years newer, just up to $778,000. And then 3 more comps, 1778 Sorensen, I'm sorry, 1718 Sorensen, which is just a couple doors down, has a $368,000 adjustment on the land. One thing just to point out, just for that the land on this one, there's the lot that it sits on. It has bunch more land. This property, I'm gonna go ahead and show it to you because I think it'd be helpful for you when you're seeing these comps. Because it sounds odd, and the lot is actually on a different road. And it makes a difference, this is what we're talking about. This is kind of similar to what we're comping, like, they're comping others that might be this one across the street or something over here. And it's comping to a lot like this, or actually a lot like that, a smaller lot. And they have all of this, this is better land, than these. This is Little Bay right here. So
It looks like it's fenced.
it's fenced here. The house is fenced. The house is fenced off, but they own this land too, and it's all one property.
Yeah.
And so I'm just showing you this because there's a huge land adjustment in all of these, and it's okay. I mean, because like, what else are you going to comp it to? That's not, there is nothing in Little Bay Shores like this. So there's going to be a difference on every one of those land comps. And so this Sorensen ones, they're next door. They're a couple doors down, and they have a big adjustment because that's what a single lot, $64,000 is what a single lot on Sorensen is telling you. Okay, so here I am on Sorensen, and there's large adjustment on land like there is on all of these, and there will be. It's 500 square feet larger, and it's 21 years older, and there's adjustments for that. 808,000 is what it comes out to. 1902 Shores. It's there's a land adjustment, and there's not a class indicated, no class adjustment, and it's 200 square feet larger, and it's 16 years newer, and it adjusts out to $815,000. And there's 1702 Sorensen. It's a land adjustment, it's like all the others. It's class lower, and it's about the same square footage, and it's four years older, and it comes out to $819,000. And all those together indicate a value of $770,611. And that's where those were. And then we're gonna go here first and look at this is where their equity comps are from. There are, looks like a couple here in Little Bay Shores, one in the Allegro, other places. There are other places we'll see as they.
A lot of these are not even on water.
And so here is the first equity comp is on Paisano Street. It's over near high school, and it's sold in, these are sales comps. It's also harder to find sales comps that are similar, but there's the ones they found similar. Sold in February 2022 for $265,000. There's a large land adjustment. It's a class lower home, and it is 100 square feet smaller, and it's a few years older, 15 years older, and it comes out to $689,000. And next one is on Old Town Lane, number 1 Old Town Lane. It's on it's $325,000 was a sale in February, and it has a land adjustment. Because this is Old Town. This is a condo right there, or townhome area, has its own class, and so it's a different class than that. But the classes aren't adjusted. It's 300 square feet smaller, and it's 4 years newer. There's adjustments for those. It comes out to $724,000. And there's 31 Lauderdale. It's a Keeley Road Drive location. There's a land adjustment there. It's a 3SS plus, 2 classes lower, and 600 square feet smaller, and 5 years older. It comes out to $741,000. The next set, there's 120 Cherry Hills. It's the same class. It's $600,000, I'm sorry, 600 square feet or 800 square feet smaller, right? And it's 13 years newer, and it comes out to 742,000. 1903 Picton, they're in Middle Bay Shores, and it sold for 248,500 in September of 2021. The land adjustment of $400,000 almost, and it's a class lower, and it's 1,600 square feet smaller and 14 years newer. It comes up to 770,000. There's a property on FM 3036 sold in January 2022, 585,000, and it has a 5ST plus house, which is the same class as the subject, and it's 100 square feet larger, and it's six years newer. It comes out to $775,000. Here, comp G is 407 Champions, it's the country club. So for 437,000 in 2021, September 2021, land adjustment. It's the same class. It's 200 square feet smaller and 5 years newer. Comes up to 784,000. 112 St. Andrews, also in the country club, and it sold for 445,000 in March of 2022. Land adjustment. It's 5 MB, so very similar class, similar size, and similar effective age. It comes out to $796,000. And 400 Cenizo, that's in over in behind the elementary school, it's over 439,500 in November of 2021, and there's a $400,000 land adjustment. It's a half class lower, and it's 400 square feet smaller, and it is 3 years older, and it comes out to $874,153, and all of these indicate a value, a median sales value of $770,232, and they are asking for $770,232. So basing on the sales of these properties here. All right, let's see what district evidence says. All right, last year this property was 826,980. This year it is 907,077, and nothing happened to the property. It's the neighborhood adjustment. This is where the property is that we saw. It's a property that it's kind of two things. It's kind of this land that's on the bay, and then this house and land here that's it's already a large lot with a pretty large house on it for the neighborhood. It was built during the time period of these houses, but it's kind of big for the neighborhood in all ways. All right, the sales that we have here are the first two are on Sorensen. They're on the same street. One sold for $450,000 here in May of 2021. Has a big land adjustment. We would expect, because it's just it's a 9,000 square foot lot on there. This one's a 50,000 square foot lot with water. It's a similar class. It's 140 square feet larger, and it's a little bit older. And it adjusts out on those things. It adjusts out to $880,000. The second one is on Sorensen, sold for $320,000. So as far as land adjustment, it's a class 5 also. It's a good bit smaller. It adjusts out to $816,000. And this one on Cochran, also in Little Bay Shores. It is one sold for $360,000. And it's a class lower, it's a little bit larger, and a little bit older, and it comes out to $833,000, which is our median sales value. And the district can't support the $908,000. This is the largest home in the neighborhood with the largest piece of land and the most waterfront in the neighborhood. It's not surprising that the district can't support that. One house has to be the biggest. And this is equity, and in equity, equity is a little bit better because we're able to find homes that are a little bit better, with a little bit better land here and the same class and a little closer to the square footage. And this first one on Bay Shores, which Bay Shores is the piece of land, if you're not aware. This is Bay Shores, is this piece of land out in front that this is on. It's one of these homes that sold here. That's this half of the land, or more than half of the land, is on Bay Shores. And so Bay Shores sold didn't sell. This is just an equity comp. It's showing property on Bay Shores, and it comes up to $881,000. Company one on Sorensen comes out to $888,000. And then these are also on Sorensen, the same as the subject, they comp out to 803 and 834 for a total of 857 median equity comp, which also does not support the value, but it's the sales that are the least supporting of them at a number of 832,233. That's all I've got.
833.
Yes, me too, that's what I have.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got wrote down.
833 too. Yes,
SID 2022-1114 $65054. The district is unable to prove the noted value of 908, I believe that is 620. All right, so values presented. We need to reduce the value on this property to 833,200, which addresses incorrect market and median level appraisal, and Q6 and Q7 are not addressed. So again, the value is reduced to 833,200.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed?
when you meeting for the city. Yeah.
All right. Closes that hearing. Open the hearing on case ID. I'm getting there. 2022-115. Account number 67249. 105 Sale House Way.
Who's selling us?
Must be a business.
And I just want this lot.
Yes, it is.
All right.
This lot.
This is a lot, and the affidavit is one page.
All right, so here this is the property owner's affidavit of evidence. The owner is Charles O'Leary. Property owner's mailing address 1235 North Loop West Suite 205. Which I believe is probably the agent's address. We're surprised that all these people were there. Houston, Texas, and then the property's legal description is sale house lot 5, and it's the PID is 67249, and property type is residential. Action being protested is values over market value, and value is unequal compared to other properties. And the statement of owner is for 2022, the property owner's opinion of value is last year's value of $30,685. This is a vacant piece of land at 34 per foot while last year it was at 17 per foot. Thank you. And, I do not intend to.
Seems to be.
I do not intend to appear at the hearing. This was signed by Alyssa Dempsey, Aransas County, and it's notarized by Sandy D. Schexnayder. And that's all. There's no additional information provided. I missed the part where it said evidence up here and there was nothing explained. Evidence. Okay, so that's what the evidence from the property owner is. All right, the Aransas CAD evidence is as such. Last year's value is 30,685, and this year's value is 58,480. And there's kind of nothing unusual going on here. It's a lot, and here there's the lot. There aren't very many lots in here. There's one. You can see there's one over to the side. I believe there are 3 lots that are not built upon within Sale House that are being that could be that are not the direct waterfront lots.
Where is this compared to everything?
Let me pull it up. Let me show
Is
you.
that 35?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's that little when you do the quick. turn.
Right.
Yeah,
So here's like way out. This is the end of this is on your way out to Lamar.
right.
And this is where this is, this neighborhood. It's a neighborhood, they have a pier and they have a swimming pool here. They have a lot of amenities for them, for these types of neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And so there are several, oh, well, while we're showing you here is, this is the third lot. There's this lot there, this lot there, and this lot there. There are 3 of them that are not built upon yet. This one's being built on, and that's another one but that's not the same kind of lot there. This
This is right up in the front,
Okay.
all the 35.
And so here, back on the evidence. So here, these are the sales and the sales in this case, these are going to be abstracted sales where because they're in Sale House, and the thing to compare to is other sales in Sale House. And these are abstracted where you take out the value of you take the sale and you remove the value of the structure, and it leaves the value, what the value of the land would be. And so here, this one sold for $471,000. And if you remove all of the structure pieces, that's what all this is doing, is removing the structure pieces. It leaves just the value of the land based on the sale, which is $95,794. Here, this next one sold, it's $517,000 was the sale. And if you go through and remove all the parts of it, what's left is the value, the remaining value, once you take all the property off, is $109,000. And that's what this says here, the abstracted land value and all sales comps. No current land only sales in a built out community. I mean, those are left. You can build on them if you want. Here, another one, it takes this sold for $293,000 here, 104. This is right next door to 105. This sale was, and it sold for $293,000, and it comes out and says that the land is worth $89,000 for the lot next door to this lot. And then for equity is lots that are equity is showing these other land in there, and it's showing here this 105 is one of the lots. And here, 202 is the other lot around the corner. And then here is this, is just abstracting out another land value for another one. And these are abstracted out because I believe that third vacant lot is attached to another property. I don't think it's a separate, property to be able to compare. So that's the only way you can get at what the value of these lots are. That's what the value of the property is on there. The land value is, as you can see on like these here, 402 Sale House Way, the lot value is 59, 980 for that for 1,764 square feet. And you can see up here, the lot value for this one is 59,980. There are lots that are very similar in size. And if you look at this one, it's 1,500 square foot that is just the lot, and the value on it is 51,920, and it's a 200 square foot smaller lot. They're very small lots, and comes down to the lot. They're unlandable. That's what the value of lots are.
You look at the picture for a minute.
Sure.
It's curious. Do these people own this? It looks like a house.
Well, I believe the next, I'm not going to want to get into like the next project, but I believe the next one is a house, and I think it is the one next door to it, I believe.
So you think the next one might be this one?
That's a house.
It is.
It is, I mean, it is owned by someone. It is this one right here.
Yeah.
It is that one is the one that is the owner, is the same owner.
So brings up the question of the effective size, whether that might.
We can look at that. I don't know whether that matters in this neighborhood, but let's check it out. Let's do that. I'm gonna. We're
Just
here
reverse the names on the two accounts, that's all they did.
and, all right, and here, we're gonna go into the property here, and we're gonna go into the land.
Depends is what could be here.
And,
And it's a
Here.
half lot. You
What are
know,
you gonna do?
exactly.
And those are so close.
Yeah, it's a yard, you know.
so we can look at it and see here, there is some sizing for that. So we can see if it makes a difference. Let's
Yeah.
do that. And, so what I have to do here is I have to go in and see what is the size of the other lot. So this one is 1720. 1720. And, I'm gonna get out of this. And I'm gonna go to the side and find, nope. Nope. Okay, I'm saying that it is, that I think it is, but maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
67250.
Nope, it's not the same person.
67, yeah, okay. And I assume yeah, right, I doubt seriously that 67248 would be the same person. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm
So yeah, I'm not,
quite curious.
yeah, it's not the same person. Okay, let's look to see the other way. Let's just make sure that the other way is not it. Okay, that's the 50, and then the other one is 48. Let's just make sure that it's 48 is not the one, because I don't want to,
Yeah,
I don't want to do it.
I'd be really
I
surprised.
thought we were doing the next property, but.
We are, but like Ron said, they
That's-
just reverse the names.
48 is my deal.
No, not that one, 67248. We're not doing that one.
No, it's not important what we're doing. It's
No, I
whether
mean, you're talking about.
if the two people.
That's a different owner.
Yeah.
It's a different owner. It's a different owner, so it's not, so you kind of asked them to use it on that.
Yeah,
That's the
okay.
thing, so, yeah.
Value that.
Yes,
Median equity value.
yes.
I agree. Mhm.
All right, case ID 2022-1115. Count 67249. Recommendation of the ARB that the noted value of 58,480 should stand, and we have addressed incorrect appraised market value and median level of appraisal and equity value. Q6 and Q7 were not put in that.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Okay. We are opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1116. Which is account number 67250. 106 Dale House Way.
Mhm.
Which
Which
where,
is right behind the one we just looked at.
oh, wait.
Yes.
Look at the names. Names are
Just
reversed
put
to
them-
protect the innocent.
Well,
One-
I thought we determined that that wasn't the case. So that says
You
249.
did a different one. You did
249 and 250 are owned by the same people.
Yes, you did 67248. 67249 and 67.
No, we just looked at them and they are not owned by the same people.
Well.
48 is not. But 549 and 50 are the same.
It appears to be based on the, at least our case list. And you're looking at the system, so maybe it is.
I'm in the system. I will open the two up and just to say. Okay, they're in the system, the owner name is the Mary is they're two different owner IDs. One is a Mary Threlkeld
Right.
owner, and then the other is Charles O'Leary.
Right.
Yeah,
And so that's different owner IDs. It may be in fact the same person, but they're different owner, they're owned,
One is Charles.
they're
O'Leary
owned,
and
they're owned differently.
Owned in Threlkeld, and it's reversed on the next one.
Yeah, but technically, it's kind of like, if you want to merge two accounts, they have to be in the same name, the same owner ID. And it's kind of not, even though it's the same address, they've got the same address, but the names are reversed and different owner IDs. Did I say that right, Scott?
That's correct.
Yeah. And so that's kind of not smart. But there may be
Not very reason.
yeah, there might be a reason.
maybe their way of designated who's
Yeah.
responsible for the.
You get the lot, I
Who
get
gets
the
it
house.
in the board.
Maybe.
You get the house, I get the lot.
Maybe it wasn't, who knows?
My arrangement with my wife is what she says what.
Hers is hers, what yours is hers. I got the same arrangement.
Okay, so back to reality. We're on case ID 2022-1116, account number 67250, which is 106 Sale House Way.
And I'll read the property owner's affidavit of evidence, and the owner's name is Mary H. Threlkeld. And the property owner's mailing address, 1225 North Loop West, Suite 205, Houston, Texas. And property legal description is Sale House Lot 6. And the property ID number is 67250, property type residential. Action being protested is value is over market value, value is unequal compared with other properties. The evidence is one appeal package, pages 4. And the statement of the owner is for 2022, the property owner's opinion of value is $290,240. Please see attached appeal package. Thank you. And I do not intend to appear at the hearing, and it's signed by Alyssa Dempsey in Aransas County and notarized by Sandy D. Tricknader. And this is going to be a residential equity comp grid first, and I'm going to just go down and look at this, and then there's only an equity grid. There's not a sales grid. So here, this is the equity grid, and we're going to just look to see where this is. So it looks like some of them are here in that area, and then here, and then towards the end of, there's where they are. There are 2 of them that are in Sale House, it looks like, and then a couple down here in South Rockport, and then a couple in Holiday Beach. So So,
No way.
Just ignore that bridge in the water.
Yeah,
so,
Yes, that doesn't mean.
Yeah.
so we're gonna go back up here to this is the grid, and first I'm just gonna talk about what the property is. The property is 106 Sale House Way, $61,000 for the land. The class on it is kind of an odd thing. It's difficult to comp out to other areas because the class is 5345. That is the sale house class. All the properties in sale house are 5345. And so they were all built by the same builder, mostly within the same like 2 or 3 years. And the living area is 1,522 square feet. It was built in 2015, effective year 2015. Market value $336,360. The first property is on Kelly Lane. And it is there's an adjustment for the land. It is a 3ST. That is it's 3ST property. That's a class, a lower type class stucco house. And it's about the same square footage, built in the same year. And it values it. And again, this is only equity, these are not sales. So it's saying that it's $164,000 based on that. The next one is on Jenkins Street, and the class is OMBGO. And I believe that is an office building, a good office building, I believe. And it's 1,246 square feet, is built in 2015, and it comps that out to be $262,779. The next one is on Inverary Drive, Unit 18. Those are kind of the duplexes at the end of Inverary. They are not in the country club, although they are within the country club. And they are 5ST. This one's a 5ST and has half the lot value, 1,600 square feet, so similar square footage, and the effective year is the same, 290,000. That's what that comes out to be. They highlighted here that the median equity value is 290,240, which I believe is the amount that they're asking for. The next one comp is 205 Sale House Way, and it has a bigger piece of land, a better piece of land, and it is a smaller house, smaller property, and it's a little bit older, and it comes out to $290,240. And the next one has the same amount of land, 311 Sale House Way, in Sale House, same class, a little bit smaller, and it's also 2012, and it comes out to $313,000. Then there is 607 West Shady Oak Lane in Holiday Beach, and the lot is not as good there, and it's a 5FB. And the living area, it's a little bit smaller, and it was built in 2020, and it comes out to $333,000. Then the last comp is on 401 Forest Oak Lane, and that also is in Holiday Beach, and it's a 4SS, and it is the living area about 200 square feet smaller and 2 years older. Comes out to $334,000, and it's their median equity value is $290,240, and we saw where these were, and kind of go back to what I've said before is even though they come out well on here, Holiday Beach comps don't seem good for this. These sale house comps, those seem pretty good. They're possibly our better ones. We'll see. But those are certainly better comps. And then these here, I don't understand at all. So anyway, this is last year. The last sale price was $275,000 that they paid in 2015 for this property, and it was. 2021 market value is $298,970, and this is the property valued at 336, 360 now is the notice value. And there's nothing odd going on, just started getting depreciated because it's a pretty new home. And nothing changed on the effective years. It's basically 98% of its original value. There is a neighborhood adjustment because these are selling for more in here. And this is where it is. This is sale house. This is the water. These are different down here than the rest of these. And here we'll look at them and see, okay, how do they compare out? There are some sales. There's a sale here, 104 sale house, 2 down from this one. It's a smaller piece of land, but the land is similar dollars, and here the class is the same. It was for a smaller unit that sold, and it comes out, after you compare those things, it comes out to 335,000 on that sale because it's a smaller home, and it's next door to this, or it's 2 doors down from this place. Next one is 413 sale house. It sold for 471, and when making the adjustment, its lot is better. It has the same size lot, but you can see its lot is better than the subject's lot, and its lot's better, and it comes out to 411,000. The next one, sale comp, is sold in 2021. It's 405 sale house. It sold for 422, and it's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit older, and it comes out to 366. 308 sales house sold in 2021 for $517,000, and it pumps out to $464,000. So altogether, the indicated value of 388 would well supports the 336 that's on the property. Equity wise, these are houses in sale house that are similar class, quality, effective year, size. And in this case, tried to get ones that are like in the same area, right there near it. So these are, see, this 106 is the subject, 107, 102. These are going to be very near to that. And they also look kind of like, if they're not the these are not the 2-story type. This is 1522 square feet, 1580, 1490. So surrounding the square footage. And this one indicates 342. This one indicates 333. So there again, one is a little higher, one is a little lower, indicating that that's the place. And then this is property here too. That's 109. It's also very close to this subject. That it's a little bit larger, and it indicates 344. It's a little bit more on it. So overall, the median equity value is 342, which supports the market value of 336.
I'm good with that
I'm
value.
good too.
Well, I'm looking at the. Okay, so we got 3 comps, 3 equity comps.
I need
342, 333, and 344. So how do we get a 342 as the median?
This, because it's the first line, it's the middle. 344 is the top.
You're right.
Sorry.
It's been a long day.
Right.
Yeah, I think even by the numbers that the other side, the owners presented,
They only need equity. They didn't need-
I know, but,
Yeah.
It's still,
So we're gonna do 336, 336.
Yeah, just leave it where it is.
where it is.
In case I do 2022, I guess 6, it's opinion of the ARB that the current notice value of $336,360 should stand, and then addresses both market and equity values. Q1, Q2, Q6, Q7, and also
One second.
All in favor?
I,
Anybody opposed?
I stared at that. Fired style.
I guess.
It's been a long day. We've done a lot.
Okay, that closes this hearing. We are commencing the final hearing for the day. Case ID 2022-111. No, that's interesting because I'm looking here.
It's not 117, not on here. It goes to 118. We have not swore in on that case.
You're right. We swore in the 117.
Yes.
I mean,
there's nothing in the
1117.
Nothing in the tablet about 117.
Let me go get that.
Well, tablet has 118
Yes,
and
where our page has 118.
I think in the
I think
case
this
ID.
is a
Oh,
typo.
no, yeah, I think,
is the number right?
I think 1117 is a typo on the sheet she gave us, and that's what we swore into.
yeah. Let's see.
But the other numbers are wrong.
Well, maybe not, because it's a different
No,
name.
it's a different account number. also.
Cordtronics.
We don't have anything.
It's a different account number also. On the 118.
Yeah, the account numbers.
It's just misplaced or something.
Oh my God, does that mean we have another one?
Being on tomorrow's.
It's gonna be on tomorrow. Can't say the other one.
Or Tuesdays.
Maybe we'll just adjourn for the day.
I,
Have a second.
She's bringing new swear in.
Okay,
She's bringing new thing for us to swear
and I
in.
assume 1117 isn't going to magically appear.
No,
Not today.
I'm not certain, but I think it may be it may just be a typo on the sheet we swore in on. I don't know if it's the same property or not.
Well, but if it's not, the other numbers are different.
different location.
The account number's different too, Scott.
Okay.
This is the island of Rockport.
Good job with making sure y'all paying attention.
Barely.
The last one at that, why couldn't you do that in the first?
Give me a little break.
What are the protest letters that we already done?
Oh, no, you were there.
At the very bottom?
It's just instead of putting the protest letter in each one of the files, I just put it as one. It's just the same protest for all of them.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm opening a hearing, commencing the hearing actually, on case ID 2022-1118. Account number, see you later. Account number 9 o'clock.
Bye, yeah.
Case number 2022-1118, account number 88105543, which is not quite sure. It's Islands of Rockport, Unit 1, Block 2, Lot 6. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Scott Arrington, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay.
I will now read the property owner's affidavit evidence into the record. The description, property owner and property is Bruce A. Etech Marina Jefferis, and the property owner's address is 1235 North Loop West, Suite 205, Houston, Texas. And the property legal description is S2990 Island of Rockport, Unit 1, Block 2, Lot 6. And the property ID number is 881053. Chapter's residential. Action being protested is value is over market value and value is unequal compared to other properties. The evidence is one appeal package and pages are 8. And the statement of owner is for 2022, the property owner is asking the appraisal review board to lower the market value to $1,072,803. Please see attached appeal summary. On the equity grid, there are homes similar to subject that are being valued lower per square foot in the same area and on the same street. Thank you. And I do not attend the careful hearing signed by Alyssa Dempsey, Aransas County, notarized by Sandy D. Schexmaker. All right, so there's the sales comp grid as through G, and the location of the sales are the subject is here in Islands of Rockport, and one is down near that, and the other sales are the Allegro, Fulton Beach Road, and in Coconut Cove. And we'll start off here. The property question, the subject property is on Grand Canyon Court, and the land value is $457,000. The class is a 7SS. There's 5,000, over 5,000 square foot of living area, and the effective year is 2014, and the market value is $1,511,140, and it is the median sales value that they're indicating is $1,072,803, which is their I believe that they've asked for earlier. Comp A is on Lakeshore Drive. It sold for $380,000. There's a $328,000 adjustment on the land. It's 2 classes lower than the subject, and it is 5 years. I'm sorry, it's 3,400 square foot smaller, and it is 5 years over, and it comes out to $961,000. The next comp is 427 South Fulton Beach Road. Sold for $1,090,000 in January 2022. Land is better, has a negative adjustment for the land. It doesn't have a class on it. The living area is 1,400 square foot larger. There's a negative adjustment for that. And it's a little bit older, 14 years older. And there's $76,000 upward adjustment for that. All those put together, that comes out to a value of $1,011,000. Comp C is 8 Luau, sold for $965,000, and it is a 6ST plus, and there's an adjustment of land, $146,000 adjustment on the land. It's a half class lower, and it is 300 square feet bigger, and it's 6 years newer. So there are adjustments for all of those things, and it comes out to $1,060,000. The next comp is over on Teal in Coconut Cove, sold in February of 2022 for $385,000. There's a $394,000 adjustment on the land. It's 3 classes lower, and the subject is 3,500 square feet smaller than the subject, and 1 year newer. And that adjusts out to $1,072,000. Next sale is 630 Coconut Cove Road. Sold for $440,000 in June of 2021, and it is a 5FB. That's 2 classes different than the lower than the subject, and the land is not quite as good. It's $316,000 adjustment there for the land, and it is 3,600 square feet smaller. And that's adjusted for, and the age is about a year different in age. And altogether that comes to $1,146,000. The next comp is on Land's End, sold for $750,000. It's a 6XT minus. And the land adjustment, not quite as bit of land, and it's about half the size, adjustment for that, and it's 11 years older, adjustment for that comes to $1,339,000. The last sales comp is on Pelican, and it's over $935,000, 6FT plus. And it's half the size and 4 years older effective age. Those adjustments in comes out to $1,368,000, and that the median sales value, when you take the middle of all of those sales, it's $1,072,003. And next is equity grid, and equity. There's their equity is shown here, that there are several that are, most of them are here within Islands of Rockport. There's one that looks like is outside of that in the one Vita. It seems good. So first one is on Fiji. It's the same class, half the size, and it comes out to $1,000,003. There's a land adjustment also. It comes out to $1,300,000. There's another comp on Grand Cayman on the same road, same class. It's 1,500 square foot smaller, and it's a little bit newer, and just out to $1,349,000. There's another one on Grand Cayman. The land and those two on Grand Cayman are pretty similar type land. This smaller home, this one is 2,797 square feet, so it's 2,500 square feet smaller. That's adjusted, and then one effective year difference comes out to $1,350,000. The next one, also on Grand Cayman, pretty similar land, same class. It's 1,500 square feet smaller, and it's 1 year different, and comes out to $1,380,000. And there's La Buena Vita, the class 7 also. It's a lot closer on the square footage. It's like 200 square feet smaller, and same effective year, comes up to $1,408,000. And then there's St. John's Court, also in Islands of Rockport. It's the same class, and it's 1,000 square feet smaller, and the same effective year, so $1,487,000. And, there's one more. It's on North Isle, also in Islands of Rockport, and its land is better. It's 1,100 square feet smaller, 2 years newer. It comes out to $1,496,300. And those come out to the median equity value of those is $1,380,841. And where those are, we saw that already. They're here somewhat surrounding that, one out here, and they're in the same general area. All right. And the evidence for the district is last year's market was $1,303,095 on it. And
Now, the picture shows another structure on this property. See to the right? Yeah, it looks like a barn.
well, I think here, let me pull this up and
Added,
show you what this is here.
okay.
Okay. Crypto is not for legal purposes. This is a great example of why it's not for legal
Okay.
purposes. Is These people, nobody else owns this out here.
Okay.
Where this line should be, see how that line's right up there? If I could grab this and drag it to right there, it would bring it up there. And what would happen is this line then would line up right along that fence right there.
Okay.
And it would be there. And then this right here, this line would line up right along that fence right there, and voila, that would be their place. I mean, this other structure is not them. That's something new that they're building. This is not the property we're looking at. The property we're looking at is this one right here that is bounded by kind of that triangle right there.
Well, it just kind of confused.
No, I understand. It is kind of a confusing thing.
The whole thing needed to show.
Yeah, it does, and it's something in the software.
Okay, sorry, I didn't.
That's okay.
Presentation.
All right, so the sales, there may not be sales in here. I can see why. I mean, in a smaller place like this, you may not have a lot of sales, and so that's what we're trying to get sales just like they were here. This sale is on Grand Cayman, the same spot. It was in June of 2021 for $1.253 million. It is a house that is 1,800 square feet smaller, same class, and 3 years newer. And those things are all adjusted here, and it adjusts out to $1,449,000 on sales. The next one is on Ocean, not in this area. Again, difficult to find sales like that, and so we had to go outside that area. Found this sale on Ocean. It's a class, half class lower, and it's over 3,000 square feet, but still 2,000 square feet short of the subject. And it's 5 years older than the subject, effective years, and but the land is really pretty similar. They're both kind of out here on this is where the subject is out here looking out towards the Intracoastal, and Ocean is, that sale is right in here. So it's not very far away. Then if we move down to our next sale, that one comes out to $1,387,000. And then here, this is a 2 from City by the Sea, which is here moving down there. Then City by the Sea, they're going to be right here. These sales are moving just down. They're kind of similarly situated. This one sold to Bayview, sold for $1.128 million, and lots not as big, so it's worth less. It's not quite as good of a class. It's 4,000 square feet though. It's 1,100 square feet smaller, and a year newer effective age. It comps out to 1.6 million. And then the last comp here, I believe it's the last comp. Nope, there's one more. There's one here also on Bayview that sold for 1.899, essentially 1.9 million in May of 21. It's a 7 SD plus, so similar class to this, a little bit better class, and bigger. It's 1,000 square feet bigger sale, so finally got one larger here. It comes out to $1.5 million. There's one more sale here, and this is on St. John Court. This is in 2020, and taking us back a bit to get another sale in that area. It's a 7SS minus, slightly different, but again, this one is a much smaller home, 2,300 square feet versus 5,100 square feet. It comes out to $1,224,000 on this one. So for an average, for median sales value of $1,449,000, which does not quite support our $1,511,000. So we are $50,000 roughly short, $60,000 roughly short of the supporting our value. Okay, the next one are equity comps, and we're looking for things in the similarly situated area. that are gonna be sevens, that are gonna try to be 5,000 square feet, and are gonna try to be around 2014. Let's see if we were able to do that. Found one here on Ocean that is a class 7. It has similar type, it has a lot larger land, but similar type land value. It's gonna be, this Ocean is gonna be facing out onto that's flats, just like the subject. And it's a 7SS also. It's 100 square feet larger, and it's 2 years newer. And it comes out to 1691. The next one is on St. John Court, also in Islands of Rockport. And the land is a little bit smaller, so there's a little bit of adjustment for the land. It is a class 7 home, like the subject. It is 1,000 square feet smaller. It was built in the same year, and it comes out to $1,427,696. The next one here is on North Isle in Islands of Rockport. It is a class 7. It is about 4,000 square feet. It's 1,100 square feet smaller. It's built in 2016. Comes out to $1,414,000. Next one, St. John's Court, class 7, 4,000 square feet, 2019. Comes out to $1,414,000, and the median equity value from the is $1,421,000, and that indicates a $90,000 reduction. So we can't support it by sales, and we can't support it by equity, but by equity is where we are further away. But we tried to stay with the same classes, as close to the same side. I think 5,000 square foot home is a pretty large home, and as much as we could in the same neighborhood. So that's what we have.
I agree with this, the equity median, 1,421,100. Okay, I move that regarding case number 2022-1118, account number 88105543. After presentation from the district and the protester, it is the opinion of the ARB that the equity value, median equity value, shows to be lower. So I move that we lower the value to $1,421,100. Equity QA and Q2 were addressed in the discussion, and not Q6 and Q7. There was no evidence.
Q1, I would second that.
All in favor?
I
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. I think we are done for the day. Move that we adjourn.
second.
Anybody opposed?
Dare you. I don't think anyone would dare.